ask everybody's attention. Before we get going, I would ask Aliyah to say a word of prayer, and then we get into the program. So Aliyah, I'll ask everybody to stand, please.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us all safely here this morning. We ask that you enrich our minds, O God, and bless the minds of everyone here, that they will really take in the information that is being presented to them and be able to use it to really prosper their lives going forward. We thank you for the presenters who have taken out their time to really bless the youth with their knowledge and to help to grow us into a better generation, to help Trinidad and Tobago, and we ask that it be a smooth session going forward, and we ask you for your best in Jesus' name.
To formally open proceedings. So, perhaps.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for taking the time to participate in what I consider to be a great initiative born out of an idea from Mr. McDonald. Sold it to the campaign, and of course, all we could have said was yes. And you'll get this morning a testimony that is in fact something that the young people will be interested in. And I guarantee you, after you would have completed the course, you would be in a much better place when you come here this morning. The candidate would have loved to be here, but unfortunately he had to join that march to Chaparrals. Still making an effort to come after the march, but based on the traffic and the fact that the causeway is not built as yet, I doubt you could make it out of Chaparrals before the course ends today. So you'll definitely be here next Saturday. So having said that, I want to thank Pete for his initiative, and on behalf of the campaign team of Santa West, enjoy the course, the scholarship program, if you want to call it that. Sponsored by, of course, the candidate Fire Salmari. Make the best use of it.
Good morning again. Okay, before we get into presentation, I just want to introduce the presenters. As we go through the program, we have different presenters. I have asked. I've done this for every now and then. President Obama called up to find out where I am on for advice. So I've actually not called while we have this presentation going on. So I've taken off my telephone. I will ask those of you who President Obama after calls that you put him on hold for the duration. But you put your phone on silent. And if you have to take a call, you exit nicely without disturbing the rest of us. Conduct so right? Good? We have an understanding there. Right, so my name is Keith McDonald. I will be one of the presenters throughout this week and next week. There's 2 Saturdays, this course runs with me, we have Wendy Williams. Right? Wendy. I don't know why I keep saying Wendy Williams. I put her there as Wendy Williams. Does she look like Wendy Williams? No? Yeah, because she's always on television, so you get this feeling that she's a Wendy Williams. Right? So this is Wendy, we go by a first name basis. Right? We will give a full introduction when Wendy gets up. She'll give a full introduction of herself, right? And this is Laura, who will also do the first presentation, okay, this morning. We get going because we want to make sure that we get all the information in. I will quickly ask each one of you just to give your first name. Quickly, Dairon. And if you all find Dairon and Dan similar, right? Because they are similar. A twin? Good. Aunt Philly? Aunt Philly. Stefan? Darian? Nigel? Alicia? Nisha? Stacy? Enrique? Joseph? Yes, Spanish. Shawnee,
Kadeem.
Kadeem,
Kadeem.
Kadeem,
Kadeem.
Kadeem.
Malaika.
See that again?
Malaika.
Malaika, Tunisia, Janicia, Kenneth,
Misha.
Michelle,
Dina.
Dana,
Rodney.
Randy,
Rodney.
Rodney, Rudo,
Anissa.
Anissa,
Alia.
Alia. Okay, so with that, right, we get into this entrepreneurial scholarship program. It's a scholarship program because it's funded fully by the candidate for San Fernando West, Forest and Wine. So we are just here to get the information. It's like we get to give you all some testimonies about becoming an entrepreneur. You will understand as you young budding entrepreneurs, some of the things that you have to, some of the must do's to move your budding businesses to that different place and to be successful. Okay? So, thing is, the question is, did you know what? Did you know what life is about? Do you all know what life is about? Anybody? People ask this question at all ages. Old people, young people, not so young, not so old. What is life about? Anybody can tell me? One word, 2 words, 3 words, anybody?
Living.
Living, what else? Huh? Trying to do good, right? Trying your best. Success.
Legacy.
Leaving a legacy. Huh? What? Generations. Purpose, vision, right? Yes. Living, being creative, huh? Right. Generally, life is about creating value. Doing something, like Nisha said, with purpose. Doing something that you can say, okay, when that time has reached, that I would have done something, right, that was important. I would have lived a full life. It's about taking calculated risks, not so. In life, you have to do things sometimes that is a risk. Just walking the street sometimes is a risk. Because you can be walking and what? You get bumped down, right? You know this place is that kind of place now, you have to be careful where you go, what you do, right? Good. And as entrepreneurs, you'll have to take risks. Sometimes you may try something, it may not work out, you lose some money. But guess what? You go again, right?
Yeah.
Most of you would have gone to school and heard a song about Itsy Bitsy Spider, right? Climbing up the wall. Guess what? Rain came, didn't give up, try again, right? It's about taking risks. It's also about listening to your heart. Listening to what that initiative that you have in your head. Something in your head is telling you, let me try this thing. Let me try this business. Let me put some effort into this. Sometimes a friend will talk you out of it and say, will you try? That ain't gonna work. But you know deep down inside that this could work. Sometimes the people closest to you are the ones that talk you out of that desire to become that business person that you want to be. Could be a sister, could be a brother, somebody talking you out of becoming something that you should be. So sometimes you have to follow your heart, follow what you feel. Realize your aspirations. Go after your dreams. Whatever you believe you can achieve, you can do. Some people spend all their time seeing the negative, living the negative. There's something there, but they only see the negative part of it. Cast them away from it. Surround yourself by those persons that want to be successful and you will be successful. Go after what you really want to do. Because the best thing in life is to do something that you really like doing and you pay for it. Understand? Because you can do it every single day and not like each other and you become frustrated, bitter. But if you go to work every day loving what you do and somebody is paying you to do it, that's the great job. Okay? Okay, so all the things that we just described about life is the exact things that you do as an entrepreneur. You have to take risks. You have to be creative. You know, you have to go there and put your best into it. 62% of all new businesses fail in Trinidad today. Why? You know, people are afraid. Within the first 3 years, they fail. People are going and putting back. Going, putting back. Not putting all the effort in it. If you want this thing to succeed, you have to put night and day into it. You have to make effort. That's the only way to be successful. I'll show you all something. It says, why entrepreneurship? What would make you unique that other persons, right, who did not try this thing? What would make you different to everyone else? See, everybody, you know, look at around you. Look at around you and see persons that are entrepreneurs. Look at what they do. Look at what makes them unique. Look at it, and you'll see a difference. So if you strive to be an entrepreneur, right, it means that you will have to do some unique things, right? Sometimes when people are sleeping in the night, you have to be in your business doing what? Counting, checking, making sure tomorrow you know where you're going, what you're going to do. Yes. But when you become successful, right, most times you can look back and say, I worked hard. You know, and you see that pattern. You see where you came from and where you are. Some persons are afraid to take a chance with other business. You rather go to work every morning to the same place, come back the same time, and they want to leave that ask somebody permission, please. An entrepreneur is a different kind of animal. Right? You're saying, I will take the risk. You leave that, you might have a permanent job and pay you well. You leave that job because you know what? I am going to make this thing successful. And you go out and you do it. And it's going to be successful once you put effort in. Good? So, some entrepreneurs, right, came out of nothing. They were doing something that, say, could be garbage collection, could be bottle collection. Right? A lot of persons that are out there as entrepreneurs started a small business in their home, started doing something that nobody else wanted. Okay? I have friends that have become entrepreneurs, right? When I see them out there, might know them, but you know where they started. Sometimes they start with something very small, and then they grew, and they grew, and year by year, and then you see them getting bigger and bigger. People ask, what did they do? But they worked hard. That is what it is. Alright. Some define their lives. Some entrepreneurs define their lives, who they are. You know, after a while people get to know them as something. In other words, they say, okay, this guy is the landscaper. This guy is the graphics man. You understand? They define who they are. People get to know them like that. Some define not their lives, but they change their countries. Okay? Some change the world. If you go back, say, 30 years, where was the internet? It didn't exist. Where were cell phones? Understand? Yeah, if you had family in America, so you had to write them a letter that took what? Weeks. And then they have to write back. And go back 30 years before that. If you had to go to England, you had to take a boat. So you want to see for how long? So when you were leaving Trinidad, guess what? The whole village, Mr. Compass here, off. You know why? They know when you were. Yeah. They know. And it was, these letters became very emotional because people used to write letters like this. As I take this pen into my hand to write this letter to you, my heart is filled with you. You understand? No. You can pick up a phone there and text somebody in England, whatever. And in seconds, you have a reply. You will technology. And it's young people like you who have brought technology before. There was no old people. A lot of old people are sitting down blocking some young person from doing something that is great. There are jobs where young persons, because when you're young, you can do what? You can smell better, you can see better, the food tastes better, right? All your senses are more acute. Right is that you don't have people 40 and 50 years playing for Manchester United. Because they can't run as fast. So if you have ideas as a young person, don't be afraid to take those ideas and run with it. Go forward with it. Try it. Look at this. The young 22-year-old guy is still going to school. He bought Facebook and did it. Guess what? He's a multi Facebook. And we will go on and on and on. Not so? Because a lot of the young persons out there who have changed the world wasn't more than 24 years old. They weren't. We have other examples in Trinidad and Tobago of young persons who are doing great work, and guess what? They may not be highlighted. Maybe right in the midst here, some of you are making a difference in some way, right? But it means taking it to the next level, creativity, innovation, how to move it to the next step. This morning, one of the things we want to do, before we even get into what is entrepreneurship, before we even get into the integrity of it, one of the things that will change the business is the mindset. The mindset, the way we call it entrepreneurial mindset. Before you could even think about it, you must have an entrepreneurial mindset. If you walk through San Fernando, what do you see? Do you see opportunities? So if you were to walk down the street, do you see an opportunity now to paint people's walls or to polish their walls? Or do you say, these people walls looking real nasty and overpass? An entrepreneur sees opportunities. As you walk through a drive-through and you see things, you start to wonder, what can I use? What can I do here? You know, what opportunities exist? And that's how you start to. So your mindset must be there. So it means that the human resource element is very, very important if you want to be successful. Because as you start your business, you start to depend on people. You start to think, how do I make this work? But you can never do it alone. A lot of persons who want to do business try to do it alone. Yes. And then they try to be this, and try to be that, and try to be this, and it doesn't work. It will not work. You may not have all the skills and all the resources. So what you have to do, get somebody who have it, pay them to do it. So it enhances your business. And it doesn't have to be a permanent work for them. If you just use them for what you want to do here, pay them for that, and you move on. And you enhance what you have. Right? All of you here, most of you, if you want to find out something, where do you go? Where do you go? The internet. Google. That's so? So good. So we want to know about the human resource. We want to know, as we start that entrepreneurial journey, who do we associate with? Remember I said that? Associate with the right person. If you want to be successful and have successful people around you, you will be successful. But if all day persons you associate with are losers, guess what? You will be a loser. It's like you heard your parents will have been saying, words of a fella. What does that mean? The language users will become a weakness. So this morning, the first piece that we're going to look at is how we enhance the human resource element. People element. You have to hire people. You have to get people to come work for you and do things for you. How do you know that you're getting the right persons? How do you know that somebody will be willing to get up in the morning to come to your job, to assist you, to get up off your bed 5 o'clock in the morning to come? How do you know? How do you know that if you leave them alone, that they will do what you want them to do? and not do the little that they can do to get the best money that they get. See? You want to make sure that when you select that human resource to get going, that you are selecting the best. You must not be biased. Because a lot of us sometimes hire our friends. And hire that friend because we know him. But guess what? He's the one that is working and producing the least. When he should be producing the most. Because if you hire them, then you should be watching your back. And so at this point, we will ask Laura to take the stage and tell you about the human resource elements. That's a specialty. I'll ask her to introduce herself, but basically, what I'll tell you all is that she holds a master's degree in human resource management. She has worked in the Southwest Regional Authority as a general manager, and she brings a wealth of experience in terms of human resource selection process and that kind of stuff. So she will take you all through.
Thank you for that introduction. Let us set some ground rules for today's session. My name is Laurette. And because I don't remember everybody's name, I'll pick Pink Jersey, Blue Jersey, and so on. I anticipate I would like it to be a very interactive session because you find that when people are given the opportunity to express themselves, I'm able to know how to pitch the session for you. Okay? I will call on you to give examples, to respond, and so on. And the ground rule is that if you're not ready, you just say, I pass Laurette. And I'll go to the next person. Alright, because sometimes people feel intimidated because they don't feel they have the ideal response. But there is no ideal response. Everybody's response is incorrect. But if you feel a little uncomfortable and you'd like to pass, but you're not comfortable right now answering, I go to the next person. Remember to everybody here, nobody's response is silly. So we don't want anybody to put in the background to say, nah, you shouldn't ask that. Everybody should be able to ask what they want to ask. And we should try our best to ensure that as much people make a contribution this morning. Everybody clear with the ground rules. Okay, for me to be able to pitch my presentation to suit you, let me say, get a little thing. How many people are aspiring business people and how many in the room already into business, so they have a business idea? How many people already have a small business in some way? And yes, and so how many people have an idea right now and want to carry it further, and this is the beginning for them to determine how they're going with it. The rest of you, I assume. Those who didn't put up their hand, or some people just here because they want to know. So I have three set of people in the audience: people who are in the business, people who want to start business, and some people who toy with the idea. My conclusion is accurate? Now interact with me now. Right, okay. So today, first thing, I'm going to give you an idea of what human resource management is. Right? I have a little definition here. It is the term used to describe formal systems devised for the management of people within business. For most of you who, all of you would have grown up in a home, or some of you may have children, you have to manage people. Whether it's little minds, whether it's adults. So it's important that when you have people within your business, you must have the ability to manage them to ensure that you get what you would like to get out of them. If your parents didn't manage you, what would have been the situation today? Alright, so it's no different in business, right? Generally, the responsibilities, we could go into a whole theory, because Keith said I have my master's in HR, but we're not going into those. I'm making it as simple as possible, right? So the key responsibilities within any organization, no matter how small it is, whether you have two people, whether it's you alone, you are a critical human resource. So you look at staffing, employee compensation and benefits, and defining and designing the group. Now remember, you are the business person, you are the visionary within the organization. And so you know where your landscaping, hairdressing business, you know where you want to take it. Only you alone. Right? You are the business person, you are the business mind, you are the visionary, and you know where you want to take your business. But remember, that is here. And you have to be able to sell that to the human resource. You have to tell people where you want to take your business, otherwise they will carry you down a road that you don't want to go. Do you agree? Yes. So you know your customer service, you know what you want to give, you know what makes you the cream of the crop. You want to establish a business so that people would see this business and come back. But you have that. No employee would have that unless you build that into them, would have that commitment to your business like you would have. Okay? So it's important that you manage that human resource. And even sometimes it means we have to manage ourselves too, even if we are the visionary, because sometimes we could get carried away. We have so many dreams, we want to achieve so much, but we have to take little steps at a time. Okay? Next slide, please. The purpose of HRM is to maximize the productivity of your organization by optimizing the effectiveness of its employees. Based on what I said just now, do you understand what I mean by this? You have to maximize what you could get out of the employees to ensure that you are able to reap the benefits, and that is financial reward. You don't want people idling on your job. Alright? And one of the problems, as Keith said earlier, is that you're opening a business and you want to bring your partner. But your partner you just drink with, you just like with, you just party with. Right? And that person sometimes does not see your business in the way you want to see it. Because they have to understand, as a friend, we linemen, but when we're working. Everybody with me there. So you have to choose who you're bringing into your business. Huh? Well said, a time and a place for everything. Because sometimes your partner, your best friend still feel linemen, but this is business. So once we talk in business, my hours is 8, you have to come for 7 if it's landscaping, whatever you're doing. Your partner, your friend have to understand. And if you understand that your partner, your friend not into that, then you need to, if you want to maintain that friendship, you have to pick wisely in terms of who you put it in your business. And as the saying go local, we invest. We go there, but it's just that we can't work together. But we can line together. Okay? Everybody with me? Say I am occasionally. Alright, so yes, we cooking with gas. We cooking with gas. Everybody on the same page. So you invest with your friend, but you have to understand that your friend is not the most appropriate person to put in your business. Okay? This mandate is unlikely to change despite the increasing pace of change in the business world. We don't think it's changing around us. And it will change every day. But that particular mandate, that purpose, maximizing productivity of your organization, that ain't changing at all. Because anytime your business is not making money, what does that mean? Something fundamentally wrong. Right? Because you're in business to make money. No matter when they say this is a charity, the charity still has to cover overhead costs. Huh?
Yeah.
Right. And the basic mission is therefore, what your main aim is to do is to acquire, to develop, and to retain talent. Acquire meaning you want to be able to recruit people into your business. Most importantly, when you bring them there, because it's a small business, you want to develop them in the way you would like to use them. And the main thing, you want to be able to retain the talent. Because every day, as a business owner, you cannot invest in training and train over people. Huh? But you may say, I have a small business. And when that person gets good, they will leave. Is that running through your mind? Yeah. Sometimes they will go. Yes, smart. You had a comment before this class. Yes, that is it. So you have to study while they are here, and I'm investing in them just like any other company I've worked with. Every company is not an Atlantic LNG or BPTT. You have the state agency where people pay less. You pay less salaries and you always have to compete with others. And as a small businessman, you just have to be practical and understand that. But while I have you, I need to get the best out of you. And when you're moving on, I need to have people trained in multiple skills so that I'm able to put back. But while you are here, I get the best of you. And if you're moving on to greener pastures, I have to say, bless God. Alright? So you utilize the skills when you have them. And it's how you treat people, you will see this morning, will determine how long they will stay. Okay? And Keith said sometimes you don't have to have somebody full-time. Somebody may move on, but they may be able to come back and offer you something at times based on like a consultancy. They come, they do this thing for you, and then they move on. Everybody with me? So we're not competing with the large organizations. We wouldn't win. But we're making wherever our workplace is, and the people who interact with us so comfortable that it's with pleasure that they would want to come back. Most of the people who leave their jobs, if you have conversations with them, why they leave? Them and the boss couldn't agree. No matter $1 million, they're working for big, big money and they come to be their own business because you want a peace of mind. How many are you saying yeah, yeah? Yeah, yeah? Give me a big yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. And that is why you want to be your own business, because you want that level of comfort. You want to be appreciated. And once you have an understanding and appreciation of that, then what will you get? You learn from that, and so therefore in my own business, I need to understand how I will treat people to have them give me the best, because I treat them with a level of respect. So money isn't everything. You want somebody to grow with you, to be honest, right? And to give value. So that is why you wouldn't take Wallace, your partner, who like to drink more than you, who like to lie more than you. And every morning if you are 6 o'clock business, he can't get up. Yeah? So we got that?
Yeah.
So the basic thing is to acquire the right people, to develop them, and to try to retain that talent. You know, retention of talent. Now remember, we just not everybody have that talent. There are some people, you have to work for a while and it's not really working out. And they have to know, like an old car went apart. If your car breaking down and you study, but I just love the model. You into car, these men, I love it, the body good. Yeah, blow on the gas. But it's falling down, you know, where you're still looking on it. A wise man told me that you need to know when to part with it. You need to part with it, right? So if you have an employee and it's not working out at all, you have to find a business way to shed that. But your core talent, your best people, man, you want to keep that person within your employee. Do you not agree?
I agree.
All right, next slide. So, you're in your business, either for those of you who have a small business now, you're considering expanding. And for those of you who are contemplating opening a business, you're looking at staffing. All right? Because no man is an island. You can't do everything, you'll burn out. So there's the caterer, when you run into the grocery. We have any caterers here? Right. So you go into the grocery, you want to buy everything, you want to stand up and bake everything, you want to go and sell everything, and you still have to, after a while, you see, that is when you're doing 10 pies a day. But as time move on, and your clientele start to develop, nobody wants to know you came an hour late because I had to go and pick up everything and I had to do this. You have to add to your staff to ensure that you are able to, your client will call you again, right? So before you hire any new employee, if you're an established person or whether you're looking for staff for a small business, assess the benefits of the business in terms of, look at your business right now. The people you have on board, are they being utilized to the fullest? First question. And anybody want to give an example of that? Anybody who have their business right now, this particular thing, whether your employees are being effectively utilized? Michelle. Can you give a Michelle? Is there a Michelle in the house? Is there? You want to pass? Yusuf. You want to pass?
He just came.
Just came. Pink jersey, all right? You're looking at your employees. They're coming in. You start your job at 6. By day only, you're a caterer. So you're doing lunches. By 10 o'clock they finish. Right? And would you want to, and that is a cook, would you want to add to that staff? You want to do an assessment. Is your problem the cooking or the box, or the packing, or the transportation, or the distribution? Okay? So you need to look at what you have. If we are finishing the meals on time, where is the gap? What do I want to have? Is it, do I need a driver to help with the transportation? Do I need the packing? Do I need somebody? Is the chef spending too much time washing dishes? Are we running late? Everybody get the idea?
Yeah.
So you need to look at whether your existing staff are being effectively utilized. You know, some people, everything is more people. You have an employee, everything, they would never come up and say, well, Perhaps we could do it differently. Well, if you bring more people here, we could work it out. Anybody in business is hear that?
Yeah.
Bring more staff, we want more hands. But half of the day is sitting down on the royals. And when you're in a small business, you don't have specialists. You're not only you just the chef and you can't wash your glass. Or you just, my job is when the finish cut here, is to pick up the rubbish and carry it. Until you finish cut, I sit on the job and I fold in my hand. And the boss working more than you. So people have in small businesses must have the ability to be multi-skilled and know. Yes, and they have to multitask. You can't have a man sitting there and saying he's a specialist. And you sweating because you own the business, but you know he ain't doing nothing, but you find yourself up and down and he's sitting. You need to expand. Is expansion the answer? No, he ain't doing nothing, working all day. Yes. So you're looking at whether you want to increase your strength of people. But you have people sitting idle, then you don't need to increase your strength. You need to sit down and have a conversation in terms of how this is a small business and we need to multitask.
And multitask is the key.
Yes. Yes. They need to do what we need to do to get the job done. If you want to be a specialist in a small business, and not even in the large companies now, you know, sometimes you go in the bank, you see the same person attending to you, go to type the check and come back. It's not that I did my part and I'm waiting next. She's leaving you by the counter, she's going to get the check typed, she's going to get it signed, and so in your small business, you cannot tolerate anyone who is not being utilized 100%, and giving you all kinds of things, but you need more people than you do. So you need to consider that when you're looking at staffing. I mean, the efficiency of your production methods. Okay, in terms of, you have a timeline and your operations to get the job done. As a business person, look at, review, evaluate what you do. Am I getting the best out of this method? Do I need to change it? How can I improve it? And you are the visionary, you are the business person. Remember, if you have a good employee, they will do that for you. But generally, you have to be on top of that. You have to be looking at the operations and seeing how can I improve it, how can I tighten up, how can I better satisfy the customer. Look at that. And whether some services should be outsourced. Now you are in charge, and we're talking about the caterer. But you're doing everything. You're doing the pastry, right? You're doing the bake, and you're packing the lunches. And so you need to tell yourself, okay, well, the pastry, I probably anticipate that I need how many pounds of flour and whatnot, and I don't want the pastry on the weekend and whole weekend, even if some people put it in the freezer and they pull it out and they do their dough and it's more flakier. So that might be working for you. So you're cutting time, so in the morning, every morning you're just pulling out, you have them in batches. Or you may say, okay, but I realize the pastries are the smaller items are taking a lot of time and my lunch is running late. Do I need somebody who can cook and I can still supervise them? They may not be a chef from hotel school, but I can still monitor and tell them what to do while I focus on my pastry because I believe that is my strength. Everybody with me? You can't run doing everything, or you may be a jack of all trades, but it's not in the interest of your business for you to do that because you're running late with your orders, you're losing clientele. Everybody with me? Huh? You heard that? Everybody heard that? You're getting blown out. You're getting exhausted. And then you cannot do what you do. Well said. So you have to know when it's time to add someone. And is the owner spending time appropriately? You can't want to be in charge of the business. You're running to all the customers, you're typing all the letters, you're trying to follow up on your bills, you're doing your banking, you know. Where your wife? Where your children? You must have somebody you can trust. Huh? And there's somewhere once your books is in order, it's very difficult for anybody to take any money out. You have your certain service, you have your charge, you know how much you can do for the day, you know how much. Utilize the people that you can around you who you can trust. Not everybody could pay an administrative assistant or a secretary, but until you reach to that stage, try to delegate certain things for others to do. Because remember, if you are the visionary, if you are the business person and the owner, and you're running with all those day-to-day operational issues, you could really think about the future and how you expand it. You beat in the night. You beat, you're losing out on opportunities. I see so many business people say, oh gosh, I could expand a little bit, you know, but what I can do no more. Increase your fleet. You understand? So, you need to understand as the owner, the things that are core that you must do, and the things you can delegate. It has certain things you don't want to delegate. Everybody know in the business there is a certain secret or what that you don't want to let that out. You going, of course, somebody tell you to come, they want to give you a contract. You're sending somebody a trust to talk your business to know where you're going and your proposals. There are certain things you need to deal with, but there are certain things that you can clearly. Everybody understand what I'm saying. Otherwise, a man going under you and submit a lower quote, you know your business, and next thing you know, your son, your assistant take over. So you have to use that wisdom and know your business to that extent to know what you can delegate and what you as the owner must keep near your chest. You ever hear that saying, you alone must have the full stack of cards? Everybody know what that means? No. If you have the full stack of cards, you know everything about your business. You give out what you want. So Sheila, you doing this. But Sheila have an understanding, you know, but you're not enough to take over your business. You need to be wise. Everybody understand that now. You alone, as the visionary, must have the full stack. So, right. So, you know what? Loretta come into your business and I over ambitious and the next thing I know, everywhere you go by your client, I go back here now. The boss charge you $10, so that I can do it for $5. So when you're talking your money business and things you can elevate in your visa, you hold on to that. You doing your business, you're talking your price, he know what you're getting paid. He don't have to know what you get paid for. Because some people in your business, when you bring them in, they don't understand that this may seem like a $10 job, but yours is too, but I have overhead costs. I have to pay for this. I have to pay for the material that I'm making with. I have to, my supplies, my assistant, all they see is your $10 and they want to know why they're not getting $5.50. Everybody with me? Yeah. All right, next slide, please. Match the talents of prospective employees with the company's needs. Somebody, you heard earlier, I have a master's. You have your small business, you're looking for somebody to help you with HR to do little things. You know what somebody holding a master's? No. Yeah, and not being just as smart as you too. At your level, you don't need that. You need to have certain skills, like you go programs like this, you have little things, and you know what to tell that person you need to do. Exactly. So an HR professional is not just an HR professional. So within your business, that may be the person doing your payroll, doing your little typing, giving your little HR advice. But so you need somebody who have a working knowledge until you are able to build your business to a level. Yeah? Yes. So match the talents of prospective employees with the company's need. What do I need now? I am not Southwest, a 7,000 employees who need a health and safety officer to cover 4 hospitals and all kind of thing. But I want somebody to give me little safety tips. I am a caterer in the kitchen, I have certain little things about the cords and little thing. Somebody cooking also, but I would enlighten them in terms of safety things to be safe on the job and to make sure the workers are safe. You put hot handles out and little simple things. You exercise all of that, you know. Because it's the law, but you don't need to bring at this level in your business. Don't be overly too ambitious. Right? Define the job and develop a job description to assist in the selection of the right employee. Now don't get confused with this. What is a job description? Right. And so when you're employing people and you want to tell them outright up front what you want them to do, you don't want no misunderstandings, because it have some people will come to your job and they're lazy to the bone. They say, well, they didn't tell me that. And so I'm waiting. When you're busy and you're the visionary and you're looking for more business and doing that, do you want to have somebody who every minute you say, well, okay, move this box. Okay, well, no, it's frustrating. So you need to establish exactly what you want them to do, and it's agreed upon, so that when you come back, and then when that person goes beyond that, then they start to use the initiative. You can compliment an employee like that. As you tell me about to offload the flour and put it here and I put it here and I stand up waiting. when you know they have to go into bills? Am I making it as simple as possible for you? Everybody? If I'm going too fast, if you're not understanding, but the term job description is just that. And it's important to have, we talk about verbal contracts and written contract. This is a verbal contract with your employee. They understand and appreciate exactly what you have them on board to do. So it have no misunderstanding. You know what is your time of work? Yes, sir?
Wouldn't it be, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
If there's new rules, right, in terms of your credit to your employees, in the sense that you give them the credit that needs to be work that they put in.
Of course.
Because I realize that's a problem as well. When you're working hard for people and you have no chance to get. So all that is the reason why most of us in this country are doing our own business. So I'm asking, if it is you're treating your employees properly, because some won't get better productivity all the time.
You will, and you will see that in the next slide. It's important to treat them properly. Because when you establish, but from a HR point of view, we feel treating them properly starts with defining what their role is.
Exactly.
Ensuring they have a good understanding of what is the expectation. And once you do that, you never tell them that what you want. And they're frustrated, yes, what is it?
I look at it in this way, in the sense that treating them properly. At the end of the day, like hire someone, you define what they can do. They give them a 2 months or 3 months grace to feed them out to get it done. And when you see that this is a product, this is somebody that can deliver a product, you start to invest in them.
Well
And
said.
you make them comfortable within your business because automatically they become priority.
Yes, I agree. And that's what we
That's
call
what you
in-house
see.
training. You bring them, you give them a little probationary period, and you give them chance to learn the job.
That takes a lot of stress now off your head.
Exactly.
And
So that is
that was to treat somebody else, build a trust,
Build a trust, yes, important words. Build a trust.
Yeah.
Helping them along the way, mentoring, counseling, that is what you're talking about. So they come on board, you give them the task, they see what their strengths is, you build them, and that person will be eternally grateful.
Yeah.
But it starts off with letting them know what you want, because sometimes, especially in small business, you wouldn't get a specialist. But somebody who eager and willing to learn and have a little flair for the thing. I never went to cooking, but I could make nice pastry. I don't know anything about landscaping, but I was trying to keep my own yard. But then when they come to you, you now could tell them about the chemicals and the pruning and the right way to do it. So you're starting out to build a talent, a natural talent. And once you build with them, then the issue of treating them with respect, of course, right? And a sense of loyalty and commitment to the business. So it's all building from what you said. So you see we will go on to that after, right? Develop and implement policies and procedural documents regarding human resource issues. So all right, you see the right people. So they have all the skills that you need, but you have to train them, and mentor them, counsel them, as Wallace said and the gentleman in blue spoke about treating them right. Okay, so you do all of that. And so now they're on the job. But they don't know what your expectation is. What is your policy? Policy is simple thing that if you're not coming out to work, you're a 6 o'clock company, you need to call me from the night before if you have an emergency. Don't call seconds before when I have my customer and I line up to go there and you're coming. You need to be responsible. You need to talk about, okay, if you're absent from work, what is the expectation? Will we have any vacation leave? Okay, we are a small business, we do have that, but when you do have something to do, we need to work it so that I will know how to schedule my work. I'm a caterer, I have a big job, I have a wedding. I don't expect you to call me sick in the morning. So you line up with your workers and you tell them what your expectation is, your policy in terms of absence, in terms of if you're coming late, right? And of course, at a further session, we talk about the issues in terms of the law and how it comes to you have a pregnant employee, the Maternity Act, and things like that, in terms of how you have to treat with your employees. Possibly what is your policy, and it can be inconsistent with what government says, health and safety. You're dealing with somebody, you have to have your goggles, so your policy will speak of that. And what you expect when you buy these things, they're supposed to provide it, and when they come on the job, they need to have it on. And if they don't have it on, and through their own carelessness, they get damaged, you are not liable. So things like that you will establish with them. This is not an option. I've had reason last month to send my driver because he had a safety boots bought for him by the company, and 6 months ago he claimed that it was damaged. And all I'm saying, bring it and let us buy a next one for you. And every time, yes, I do it. And he only moved when I said go home. Do not come back until you have your safety boots, because if something happens to you, we provide you with the safety boots. And when you go home, you're not going to pay for that day. And nobody wants pay cuts. Alright? So you establish your policies in terms of, as an employee, you need your goggles, you need your boots, whatever, and you need whatever, I don't know what you call it, this PPA, but you know, I see when you're doing cutting, you have like a metal cover all in front, so whatever it is, that apron.
Protect your body.
Yes.
Protect someone else yourself, right? So,
exactly. So, right, but remember the law in terms of hush, when you people, anybody who works with you or whatever, you either have to have a policy that says this is what you expect, and if you don't put on your gear, your PPE, then your liability is yours. As a company, you should have your policies and whatnot to establish that, and people know what is the expectation. Because when you're a business person and you send people out on the job, they can expect, sometimes not all the time, you want them to go with the written policy because you are not physically present in every job to ensure that they're doing what they need to do. So part of this policy and procedure is really to protect yourself. Okay? So any questions, any concerns as to where we are? Yes, sir?
With any policy, you'll deal with aspects of setting goals, targets, and that would be something.
Goals and targets, we'll deal with that under the job description, and I have a little workshop and you will deal with that later. But the policy and procedure document is just saying, at K and Associates, this is what I expect from you. 4 hours of work is 6 to 4. Or 6 until the job done, depending on the nature of the work you do. Right? You have a sick leave, you have what, this is what I expect from you. You have a lunch break, that kind of thing. If you're not coming or you're coming late, this is what you need to do, those kind of things. That is what your policy and procedural documents specific to HR. It's really guidance for your staff to know what is the expectation in the company. Some people talk about overtime on a Sunday if you're off, but some people, some business, Saturday and Sundays are normal working days. Right? So you know your policy. I can't pay like the market. I am a struggle. I now start off. How many of you feeling that way? How can I pay? Payment, wages is not a salary in terms of how you come up with that.
so when you have your own business, now, a plan, right? The money, like, you have something put up, it's like a certain situation. In terms of, like, if you don't, if you can't afford to pay, because you have something to monitor, like, pay the workers, certain things, right?
I didn't hear that. Contingencies. Alright. Good. But my little point here is although small businesses may not be able to offer benefits similar to larger companies, a good system of HR management can benefit a small business if proper research is done to determine which benefits can be provided in a cost-effective manner. And for you to be able to determine what is attractive to your staff, because everything paid benefits is not always money.
Incentives.
Right. So you need to know what is your competitive advantage. Be in tune with your employees. Provide benefits they value most. Exactly. Yes, everybody heard that? As a caterer, you may be cooking. And you might be able to give them a meal. When they come in early morning, you might give them a breakfast. Yes, or staff lunches. Alright? And some people really appreciate the flexibility. Some people, yes sir?
Just another suggestion. I mean, if you're within a close store, something like that, you know, certificate, discount, something.
Yes.
Which I find plenty places here, they don't do that.
They don't do.
Some people come to somebody, you know, and they don't have anything, any kind of incentive for you to continue to work for them.
Right.
All we care about is your labor. Understand? That's one of the experiences I had here.
Yes, so you see, this comes. Yes, you were saying now? Yes? Explain that for the program. Everybody here?
For cater, okay, my employees, yeah, they get these free lunches or breakfast. So what is it? What if you bring in like additional clients? You know, we can give you something, you know, for them to maybe like pay vacations or like a resort or something. More clients to bring in, you know, a bit of the incentive is.
What business are you in? Okay, so everybody heard that. So if you bring, if like your business here and you have an employee who bring more business to you, will tell you here now, this person might want somebody to do some landscape or something, you could have some little program. It may not be as big as paid vacation, but you'll get an extra thing on your pay this week if you,
Like a commission.
right, a finder's fee, a little incentive, because I know for small business, well as you grow, she say probably a paid vacation or something, but you know, it could be something small that an employee will appreciate, right? Sometimes I say be in tune with your employees, you know, I have a business but my employee, the mother elderly, and they have somebody to see them full time. So I may have a business where, okay, I might say, well, okay, well I'll try to work you early morning, and so that you can leave, and if you finish your task, do task work so that you will be able to go back home. A lot of employers don't study those things. And if you study somebody's family and the situation, you get more to that person and they have to.
Sometimes you get more out of the you give them a job.
Yes,
As opposed to they pay and
exactly. You give them a task.
Yes.
Right, so this is what they have to do, and if you could come and do it and clear it up within this time. So a lot of people have all sorts of situations. And you need to understand your staff and understand what benefits they value. Some people will not work for a full-time or a big company because they're very inflexible. You can't talk to them, they don't see things like beneficial to you. Some people, for instance, you may be in a business and somebody have 2 boys and they're probably young men. But here now they want to know, boss, over the holidays, August holidays, you could bring in one of my son at least to do some laboring work or help with dishwashing and the catering business. People love those things. And they will remain loyal to you for that. So you have an opportunity and you are not governed by any state agency or something with what you can and cannot do. You manage your own business, so you can flex that to make it, once you understand what are the needs of your employees, be in tune with them and understand what it is. And trust me, everything is not about money. Yes, sir?
One point that I have is customer service.
Mm-hmm.
Have that.
Yes.
On a very low scale customer service.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that could change your business personally, in terms of people wanting to come and do business with you. Because most of the business here that I understand wanted to, people act like they do you a favor. Even food businesses. If you go as simple as KFC on Crawford, you understand? And you want a certain piece of chicken, you understand? It's like a problem. You understand? And it's they pay for the chicken, you understand? You want the name and you try it out.
Yes.
You understand? There's no customer service here.
And that is a very good point for you people, all these young budding business people. You need to be able to satisfy the needs of the client. And he is correct. He is correct. And how much of us could say otherwise?
Yeah, that's true.
You go to this food establishment and you say, we have broccoli and carrots. And you say, my daughter got mad about that just the other day. She said, I want you to hold on the carrots. I just want the broccoli. No, ma'am, we don't do that. We don't do that. The customer paying for broccoli.
We see the difference. Like, we pay for the difference. No, we still don't do that.
So sometimes you need to customize. Or sometimes somebody say, we want breakfast coming, but we want it for 6 because our employees start at 7. Well, we really don't start at 6. You're looking for business seriously? You have to be able to compromise, to standardize your product, not to customize your product to meet the needs of the client. And train your employees in that way, because regardless of who they are, and when people come to them, they are your representative. And perhaps send that message about customer
Do you
service
reach
is
the
critical.
competitors yet?
Yes. So, but you feel free to speak.
Well, alright, based on the same situation, let me say, for example, like, for yesterday, you go, you want to get so and so, and you ain't getting the service that you're already looking for. You understand? But you now have an idea that you want to do the same kind of business. So when you look at the way how they deals with you, you now have certain ways to deal with your workers and them and tell them about X, Y, and Z, and we shouldn't be going this route. Let me go down this route to make sure that the customer is 100% satisfied because the customer is always right. They may be wrong at some times, but you have to give them the strength and rock back again in this business.
That is essential. And remember, small businesses, you now want to cater for a niche, and there are people who value that more than everything. They value having a personal relationship with you, that I can call you up, or your staff, and that is why human resource is important, and say here now, and that they will not turn away a customer even when they don't know. Okay, I will call the boss will get back to you, and that, and ma'am, do not make any pronouncements. To be able to cross it with you first. And so those are the kind of people you need. You know, you need regimental people in terms of, no, we don't do this, we don't do this. So when you're doing your recruitment or when you're training your people and so on, this is what you're looking at. So it's twofold too. Be in tune with your employees and make sure what they want and how they can add value. And understanding whether that person is somebody you want to represent your business. It's not hard and cold. And you have to move them away from your public. You have to put them more in the back. And if it's still not working out, as I say, you have to make some hard decisions.
That's why you have an inventory with different workers. Every time one start to play, man, you can call up on it. You know what I'm saying? That means how your business doesn't fall because of a worker.
Yeah, no, you can't turn off your business.
You have to tip on the fountain and your head and your occasion to do well how you're
Yeah.
Because simple as a worker, to crash your business.
No, that is true. And that is why selecting the right people, training them early, and telling them what you would like to have from them in terms of the job description is critical. And so therefore, if you see customer service as important, without that, that person is not the person you would like to have in your business. Okay? Go back to that. We talk about earlier on about training your people and so on. This is just next slide. I said earlier, it's coming. Training and development opportunities. Now, as I said, you must have employees who can multitask. And you see that term cross-training of employees to cover more than one job functional task. So when somebody goes out the door, you always have somebody, and in a lot of small business you discover somebody could multitask. They could do a number of different things. So if somebody doesn't come out, you have somebody immediately that you can have who understands the business. Beware of the many low-cost or low opportunities that may be available. In terms of, do you know, a lot of people feel for me to be trained, I need to go outside to provide and I need to pay money. How many of you as business people understand and appreciate your strength that you could mentor, counsel, you could coach, and you could train the people? How many people do it themselves? Show by your hands now. You have a skill and you need to train your people. Right? Not everything is on money. Sometimes by you sitting or working with somebody, working under you, working with you, or putting them with a more experienced employee, and don't have no specialists in a small business. Everybody must be able to do everything. You must be able to do anything, and you must be anything when legal, right? It's within a context, right? You don't want somebody to doctor your accounts and those kind of things, right? But anything to get a job done. You know, sometimes somebody come and you're not here, somebody can get up off their laurels and get something done. Alright? Employee recognition programs and activities that provide value and keep employees engaged and committed to the job. Thank you. If you know, at this level, I still appreciate a thank you. You know, a thank you. If you know how that could take an employee a long way. And people leave jobs. Pardon me? Employee of the month. Well said, they will go and they will go with all the training. It has some good say, the boss man go payment go there, but I know the business small, but you talk about appreciation, something happen with the family, something thing there, that kind of thing. It have people stay with small companies for years and they're not going anywhere. Because they feel very comfortable and it's all because of how you treat them. Because every time somebody go and you have to train somebody else, it takes from you.
But based on where you know, I look at companies that were small and turn into multi-billion companies.
Yes.
But they also hold on to the same workers that they had from them till now. But the position that these workers have now is like super, like coming on our work, checking, making sure everything in order. But these fellas and them is top rankers now.
Why do you think they're top rankers?
I had to look at it as being just as the same mindset like the boss.
Well said.
You understand?
And boss took time to develop that time.
Exactly.
So you're holding on to those people.
And I
not
look
there,
at these people that know, and they have nice house, nice cars, well-educated family, everything pumping great. And they also work under the same business. And they build from the same business. They also look at it as being their business.
Why think they feel so? Why think they feel so? The boss treat them in a way they feel appreciated.
He appreciate them, right? And invest in them. And
Well
they
said.
respect him for being the head of the fountain.
Think he needs to come to the front top of the class. Don't you all agree?
Yeah.
So those are the type of employees you want to build with time. That is the kind of human resource you want within the organization. But it starts with you as the visionary. In terms of how you treat people. Alright? And how they feel respected and how they feel as if they are part of this process. Apart from that, when you're making changes, you need to involve your key people. You're making changes in that business and they're there. You think how you think those people stay, the boss after a while, respect the opinion. Here now, we're doing this. What do you think? Because when people are part of a change or of a process, they feel involved. They don't think it go over their head.
That is when they become more committed.
Everybody agree with that? So you don't have to study a lot of money. I can't pay like the big companies who will want to stay with me. It's treatment. People leave double-digit jobs because they get all the money, but they feel disrespected. A boss cussing them every day. You know, this kind of way. So that is what you have to build your business on. Treating people with respect and the way you want to be treated. Okay? So your thank you programs, taking the time to ask employees what's important to them and developing programs to meet their needs. What do you want out of this company? I've been here for 10 years. What can I do outside of pay? And you'll be frank to make you feel more comfortable. Okay? So you can do simple things like that, and once they feel involved, they go in. Treat your employees as they should. Some of the benefits will be minimized turnover. When they know you have a big job, a big catering job or something, they're not staying home. They say, boss, I'm feeling good, you know, to leave your hang up on it. Come.
Yeah, true.
And minimize turnover, people happy. Turnover meaning they exit in the organization every time they go. Although it's not a dollar value for your training because you mentoring and coaching yourself, if you pay yourself, you know it's coming at a cost. So when you have people and they're cooking with gas and they're going good, you don't want people exiting every month. I'm always concerned about an employer who every time you go there is a different face. Well, you don't feel uncomfortable about that? Like this man can't keep nobody? Yes, ma'am?
Food basket, every time we go, there's new stuff. You don't see nobody there for more than a little.
And it bothers you as a customer.
I stopped going there. Sometimes I go on when I was early and this man quarreling with people, using all kind of foul language and saying, and I thinking customers there. I see how you treated your employee. I just drive and go down my stores. And my same one might be more inconvenient, but so the food basket not getting my money. Because you don't have to drink anymore.
And you never listen to the accent?
Oh gosh, and the
Yeah.
pharmacy too, you know.
You see?
They're not from here.
You see? So it's important to know to do that because there are customers when every time they come in your door, they see a different person. They say, what's going on here? You understand? People like to see a family kind of approach.
And the thing about it, customers are very observant.
Yeah?
They're
They
vigilant.
see things where I'm not there too. right? They will make assumptions too. Alright, because I go to the PSA credit union and I went some time ago and I found my service was horrible. But I went back yesterday and I saw there's this, anybody do business with PSA credit union, there was a blind girl. And I didn't see her. And I said, wait, let me fire this little boy yesterday. So I said, hi, how are you? I was here in March, you know, and I didn't see you. Yeah, I was probably on vacation. I said, yes, let's go. Because immediately I wanted to know, but I know nobody here.
Yeah.
And one of them can't reach retirement age yet, you know, but they were off on vacation and different people to the front desk. So you really feel comfortable because when you go into a place and you're dealing with somebody, you're comfortable, right? So you want to keep, remember what I said earlier? Talent management, the best people. It's nothing if the people in adding value go, you need to shine sometimes. But your key talent, the people that your customer will remember, somebody will treat them, but you want to keep them. Because you have already trained them and they're talking the same language like you. As a visionary, you don't buy them and you motivate them, right? And meaning that you get them to change to your norms and values and your belief. So that when you're talking, you're not there, it's like you're there because they're talking the same language. Customer service is first and foremost. The product we deliver must be of quality. And when people are unhappy, we try what we can to satisfy them. No, not I'll wait until the boss comes. I tell a man a time, I find me in the yard, but you know, why I do that? You know, I say, oh, you're cutting it low enough. He said, well, if I cut it too low, I don't make no money. Another fella came to do a paint job, and I said to him, I said, yeah, nah, but you ain't really power wash. I said, well, why are you power wash on top there? See me, the boss didn't tell me to do that. And when the boss come, I will talk to the boss. I said, okay, when the boss come, you know the boss needs money for me to pay him. So you understand and appreciate that. You have to wait until he comes and pay him. Because I see my rough bad and he gave me talk for the boss man. I live in here and I telling you, listen, before you say okay, I will think, oh, it's still dirty. You say, well, the boss didn't tell me that, you know. I say, oh, the boss didn't tell me that. I say, well, you know, the boss leave me with the money to pay you, right? So you have to wait until the boss comes. Well, I call him on the phone and he ain't there. I say, well, until the wash come this place, boy, the second boss can't pay you. Right? A smart man would have said, okay, miss, oh, he didn't watch and try to handle me, but he tried to disrespect me. So I let him know he made no money. Yes?
Most jobs you go on here, some small jobs, if you notice, people hire you to do something, and there's always something that they will ask you as somebody who's looking for work, you have to cater for that. You
Yes.
understand? It could be a little small, it could be, you understand, a little big, you understand, but anything benefits you because I experienced that, you understand, for Christmas, where when the first time in Trinidad, I got a tip. You understand? I didn't even know people was tipping in Trinidad. You understand? And I got a tip because of my service, and it surprised me, but at the same time, it showed me that, you understand, it benefits you to go the extra mile. You understand? Regardless of how small it is, because when you want to work for these people again, you like them to call it back. You understand? So you have to do it to the best of your ability. You know, that's just fine.
There's not a culture of tipping here, but there is always people who feel when you do a good job, there are some people who will tip you. Right? And they will give you that extra thing. And then truth be told in Trinidad, some of them don't have money to tip, honestly. But it's a nice practice.
Suggestion because there's certain places where you're looking for people. You understand? And you're in the household, so they will offer you food.
Yes.
It's certain little different things.
Yes.
You understand?
And some people will offer not even a glass of water.
Yes, this is my point.
But sometimes when they do extra distance to do whatever they want to get done, and they say, well, all right, could you please just, you know, this and this, you know.
The way you to go here.
But you're telling yourself,
Alright, you're able to reduce overall cost of operation. Alright? Because you find you're getting things done well the first time around. Because every time you have a dissatisfied customer and you're trying to do things right, to diffuse, you say, okay, ma'am, you come back and do it, but it costs you. But if you get people to do it right the first time, you don't have those man or words, but as you want to go back and do damage control all the time. Okay? The job, and that is treating them kind, because there are some people, they want to do what you want to know, but here the man never tell me what the job is, you know, but when I do it now, we say I'm competent. So you're being kind, starting off by telling them what you want to do, and we spoke about that is the job description, clearly saying what you need to do. And in developing any job description, you must identify the tasks you want people to do. So, okay, so identify the tasks you want them to complete, tell them how upfront, outright, a basic salary and allowance, whether the allowance might be a meal. Once you're working here from 6 to 6 in the evening for a party, I'm a caterer, you're going to get a light lunch and you're going to get a breakfast. I normally go a little PJ with my sister, she's a caterer, and sometimes when she have a big job, you may see me in a wedding serving and helping her. That is what family is about. And I remember when she's doing the cooking and thing, she's feeding up people. Before we go out on a job, she makes sure you have lunch. We went to a wedding last year, and this girl, when the people eating, she's full in uniform, black and white, and sit up by the table and go on and be stood, and my sister was very upset. And she couldn't understand that. She said, because when we go out, we are professionals. I fed you before you leave. I prepare a meal for staff and we eat. When you're serving people in the wedding, you are not a guest. You don't go and sit down by the table and eat.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing because we are workers, we uniform in black and white, and then the people see you. And then when you're serving the people food, you're taking and putting in boxes on you. You don't know those things, you know. So that you're going to say what is the allowance you're getting me eating before you're not to go to the people place and fight up for food because it says a lot about my business. We're going to tell them about the reporting relationships in the job description. Meaning, when you come here to work, I am the boss, but under me is Jane, and she will outline, or my wife is going to outline the task. So that's supposed to be done. Like the smart man by me the other day. I know what he's supposed to do, you know. He didn't want to do that. So he's trying to tell me, the boss didn't tell him, but the boss telling me what is his spec. But he tried not to do it and to be paid to run out to do something. And the standard of performance, anybody want to make a guess what that is? The standard of performance. Yeah, in terms of, yeah, the time, it must be smart. It must say, okay, I want you to come here for 6, and I want you to cut the road verge. I will establish for you. It's a task, and I expect you to cut a distance, and you must be finished by which time. So you can't now do from here to the step and tell me you're done. I didn't understand what's quite done, of course. You tell them the standard, and it must be smart. Alright? So this is what I want you to do. We agree, this is what I want to do. When I come back, you can't tell me, well, I didn't know you wanted me to finish by 12. So I tell you exactly the length of the job in terms of what I want you to cut. And you must finish back by midday because I have another job. I'm coming back to pick you up here because we are going to go to our second job. When I reach here, 12:30, you must be packed and ready because we have another job to go.
You know, so I have complications which can delay that from happening also, like the functional material.
You are going to
Cutting the equipment, malfunctioning, that allows you. If you're not focusing like fixing it for yourself.
But what do you think you'll do if you put in a worker on the job and you know there's a probability of that will happen?
Have measures in place for that also.
Yeah, you have a phone. If you come here when I drop in here, something happens. You have a job to call me. You don't sit down all day when I come back 12:30 and do nothing.
Now that too depends on the worker that they put to do the job. If he's a multitasker, let me say you work on a piece of equipment and the equipment, something falls short, let me say a spark plug. He knows a spark plug, so he changes that immediately. But if you go and know, man, like this one, this photo, this piece of project here, and you know to yourself as a boss, you think the spark plug on by that while the piece of equipment is not starting. Now he wouldn't know that. You understand? So in that way, you know, to back production, you sit down and wait until you come back.
So?
Or if not, you call, or you know.
Right, but because of that, as a businessman, you must have a contingency. And you will establish if something going wrong on that job in the morning, and I know job here. I want you to call me. Then I can know whether to sub you. I can know whether it's something you do. Don't wait until I come late to say that. Because you remember it's your business and you will understand, as you just explained about the sparkler. You will understand your people and you know what you put there. There are some things he or she might be capable of fixing. But there are other things that you need to have a contingency where I expect you to contact.
What if they did this job? I no money and no phone to call you.
If you know that, remember your job is to understand your people. If you know that, you from point to point, I'm calling you.
Hey, what's going on? It always that boy that Excel brought out packages.
Yes.
Company food. They don't have to spend on it.
Right.
You could call them 24/7, and if they calling you, you will have a problem as a boss man. You want to know what's going on in your work. You have a phone, call me.
Yes.
Anything, Papa, call me.
Yes,
And
your
it's
job
that-
is to call.
Yeah,
Because the customer is unhappy and you may affect my next job.
yeah. And in that way now, everything will run in time for the day.
Thank you. Yes. And so, once you have your job description, your standard of performance, your work plan. And you know what is the work plan? I don't tell you what you have to do. You know your task, you know you have to finish it, and your work plan now will clearly say, this is what I've given you to do, this is what to be done, and we articulate it in writing. Whether it's verbal or in writing, not all the time you put it in writing, but have a little exercise as we close off. Next slide, please. Right? I have a little activity. We talk about a job description, right? And we say that clearly outlines what you want. Remember when you start up your business, you'll have your cook if you're a caterer, and you'll say what you expect your cook to do. Alright? You'll have your dishwasher, and you'll say your person in your dishes, and you'll clearly articulate what you want that person to do. And what is in your business landscaping? What do you call your workers? What they employ as?
I've grass technicians, pruning technicians.
Well, yeah, you're a technician.
Yeah, prune techs. Yeah.
So the grass technician, what a person doing?
He cuts.
Alright, so right to the top of your paper, the job title is a grass technician, right?
Excuse.
Yes, you might have a stylist. Anybody hairdressers here? Right? You're electrician. So you will employ electricians. Alright? So your job title will be electrician, will be technician, Wallace will be cook. Alright? And anybody in between, pick anything you would like. So you put the job title and the name of your company. What is the name of your company? What is the purpose of your technician? The man cutting grass technician. What is his job? His purpose is really to?
His purpose is really to cut lawn, block, clean up, make sure everything in our order, drains, etc. etc.
Alright, so he doing that. So you put what the purpose is in terms of he providing service to ensure that the landscape, etc. is good. So his key responsibilities then, Wallace, would be, would you be providing him with the tools, the work and whatnot? So he has a responsibility on the key responsibilities. I'll look at this another day. I'm just running through this quick to give you little ideas so you all will be able to do this, right? The purpose of it is to ensure that all orders are completed within at least 2 hours before the transportation, depending on where. Giving way for transportation, right? So you will say that caterer key responsibility is what? Menus. Clean up all equipment if you have a food processor, whatever, ensuring that the parts are taken.
Quality control.
Right? And that kind of thing, right? Your relationships, your people outside the policy. What is the relationship with the client? You expect, what is the responsibilities to maintain a cordial relationship with the clients? Huh? And your representatives and any representative you have, because that is your worker. Alright? And the qualifications and experience. If you want somebody to be a technician, what do you ask for generally? They must be able to operate certain tools.
So if you're doing tree cutting, you have to be able to know how to operate a chainsaw. That's when you cut off your foot and these things are serious. You know, so that way you look for someone who could be able to handle the chainsaw in a professional way, have all your gears and deliver the product.
So you will have some kind of test before you put on
Of course, I would just hire someone and first time carry them out on the job field in front of the customers and people and these kind of things. Alright, cut down that tree and look to organize and put it on the van and look to head out. He will know how to start the chainsaw. That's an embarrassment to me as the boss. So before I put him out on the actual job, I have him in the yard here cutting logs. I want to see what is the profession if he can handle the show so that, I could look to meet some money and, do this thing.
So your qualification and experience, you need to know the man has some kind of training in landscaping and whatnot, but at least you experience 3 years, 2 years, depending on what you ask for.
And that now will determine your salary.
Right.
Salary.
Right. And knowledge, they must have some knowledge of chemicals or whatnot, and they will say what and mixtures. So if you're following through, you will see the skills
Yes, and
and all
the
of that.
experience within the field.
And the skills,
Yeah.
right? You may look at certain attributes, you will put your working hours, you will put your salary basic and your location. And your location, if you're this man and he going to Trinidad today, go wherever you get a job in Trinidad to put, he has to go. And the post might be providing transport depending on where they're going and stuff. Right? So you might give transportation provided for in remote areas, otherwise they have to find themselves on the job.
The inside are all inclusive.
Right. So when you finish this, the job holder sign this and the supervisor and date. So you are not expecting him to say he didn't understand what is the expectation. Everybody understand this. This may be formal or it may be verbal, where you sit with your workers and you explain to them exactly what is required, etc. Alright?
Yes.
So it is not a 6 to 12 break hour for lunch and that kind of thing. Your job may be that you're eating on the go.
You see it that way now, you as a boss to have to be on the job. You just give them the documents for the day, tell them how much things they have to do for 5 different things, and they go and they handle up the business and the customer sign the paper and everything else. If the customer is not approve of this certain job, they just line over it. So when the boss came out, he could understand where the basic problem is.
Exactly. Exactly. Everybody see merit in this piece of document. Why would you want to give a job description to somebody, whether verbal or in writing? Why would you want to articulate the task and the standards of performance? No. No, this is just the task. I expect you to, I want to use the right terms, cut this area, this thing, prune the trees, do the drainage cleaning, do that and that and that. All of that is articulated when I say I want a technician or a cook on this job description. When I have it written, but when you come and lay the rules out, this is what I expect you to do on the job in the morning. By after lunch, this is what you need to do, and you get to prep for the next day. Some people feel when I don't cook, I'm going home. So if I have a business and I'm cooking every day, your job description will talk about prepping for the next morning. So you're not finishing as you finish cook. You take out your head tie and thing and you're going. You're kind of like if tomorrow we do chicken or fish, you kind of when I go and I come back with the stuff, you prep, you season, you do everything. So the next morning, 6 we start. By 11 you finish, we have to have meals plated by 12. So the person understands what. So when you open up your business and you're upstairs or doing something else, that person will come, take out the fish, the daily menu is fish. It's already seasoned and start to do what you have to do. Similarly, by the time Wallace pulls up on a job site, the technician will exactly pull down the tools, set up, make sure you have gas, you have diesel, whatever it needs to use and whatnot. And of course, you make sure and come with your digital phone on you. So we're in constant communication. I don't know sad stories when I come back to collect my money from my client to hear that you didn't do the work. And the client tomorrow gets somebody else and say, Wallace, listen, just check in. I have a party tomorrow, you tell me this man will finish this thing today. And it ain't finished. So everybody understand merit in that. Everybody understand what a job description is and why you need to do that. Because when you recruit the human resource, you want to communicate to them what your business is about and what is the expectation. And so everybody walking into your door, they must understand what is your expectation and the standards by which you expect to perform. And as the gentleman said to the back, and I would put as a must in terms of the duties, customer service. Critical. So you know you are roughing up my client. I went to a boutique too recently. I was looking for an outfit. I had to go to sports reason and they say something elegant, casual. I went to this place and I am custom shopping here. I don't know where to go. I went to Carlton Center and I walk in this place. So from the time I come in, I said, hi, good morning. I'm looking for something. I'm going to the races. I'm looking for something elegant, casual, and so on and so on. I could have known that was not her business because she stood up here. She even tried to help me. But he's still looking and going because it's looking good in Carlton Center as you're going. Yeah, and all the thing in the showcase. So she started to no, we don't have anything like that. So I said, Alright, you don't want nothing. But I was telling myself, why you running a business and you're pushing people out the door, you know what I mean? They have what you want, but they still say, come now, what's the this? And then some walking thing and they want to know why they don't let me go. So I come out the store, I go down High Street, but I'm confused, I don't know where to go, so I park up there, so I come back from my car. So I saw this place next door, so I said, look, let me go in and investigation. So I went in, so I tell Miss Bill, who is next door? How much she said, you like trying to buy nothing. But I didn't know the two people are sisters. So I said, I went in next door, the show. She said, why you go next door? So I said, I'm there, no, but I went in, the girl tell me they don't want nothing. So then she said, okay then. And while I was standing there, she called the owner, came in later and really tell me that. And I went right back there and I got a beautiful jumper. And so I'm telling the lady that, yeah, that's not her store. She working for me. You understand? And I said, oh my God. But you know, the point is, she run and that lady got $800. She was there. And her worker, who she had to pay salary, running me. Literally running me. So I'm saying, put that in your job description. Customer service is of importance. Even if you don't know what to do, whatever, if it's something simple, because I will tell you what is the scope of your work. Because when you drop the man to do the work, you're telling me you have to cut, you have to clean drain, you have to do this. So you already, even if it's something a little above that, you need to call me the owner, you don't need to get the client here. And say, well, I'm not doing that. He didn't tell me that. I said, okay, I will call the boss and I'll get back to you. Then you deal with that. Because sometimes depending on what it is, you might say, boy, just do it now, don't worry. I know she doesn't miserable, but do it. You understand what I'm saying?
You have to move on.
So you will build that intake. So, so you will keep that and you will go as an administrative assistant where you have in your blank, and that is really a secretary. Alright? And who do you report to? In this particular company, is one job description for everybody. So you know you might be reporting to me, manager HR and corporate services. You may be reporting to the legal manager also. So they say here as assigned. The name of the company and the date. Here what is person, the job purpose. The administrative assistants will provide administrative and secretarial support to the manager. In addition to typing, filing, and scheduling appointments, the incumbent coordinates meetings, directs correspondence, obtains and distributes office supplies. Now in a small company, that is a good thing. You could put way on. You could also add here, and responsible for payroll. How much small company, you can't pay somebody to do that alone, so they're doing payroll to make sure for the whole month. So you could put what you want there. Key responsibilities. Maintains appointments, attends and takes minutes at meetings, prepares formats, paying attention to details and composing. So you want to dispatch a letter, you want to make sure that person proofreading all letters, they must do letters with 0 errors and that kind of thing, right? And on the relationship, because that is the administrative support or the payroll person, you would say they have to liaise with people at all levels of the organization. So whether you're a technician coming to ask for something, whether you're somebody else come within the company, that person is supposed to be your eyes and ears. To relay message and information for you. And working hours, knowledge of work, this person must have knowledge of secretarial and office administrative procedures. If you have a photocopier, they have to be able to copy, they have to print, they have to batch. And so therefore, one of the things if you're outside of a state agency and you have your own business, you can determine what you want your workers to do. This is why I paid you to do. You can't tell me I only typing. I only doing things on the computer. Sorry, the computer break down, I'm not writing no letter. Whoa! Somebody else waiting on that job. So I want you to look at this, and I see some people writing diligently. It kind of keeps, put you in a place where you start to think and understand that if you want people to do things, you have to be clear in your mind what your employees are paid to do. If have people come to work for years and ask them what it is doing, they can say, let us do a little this. Sometimes I just go so, and sometimes I just do this and that. You need to clearly articulate for them what is the expectation, because you want your company to move from strength to strength. And sometimes you may have the need to multitask, you may add things to the task. Because if things is going slow and I have to pay 2 people, and you could do it, and the business small, when we more business, sometimes they have a slow period. They have to be able to flex with you, and you have to be able to compliment them, to motivate them, and to say the right things. So that is it in a nutshell for me this week. Yes, sorry.
Okay, let's say
Relationships in terms of like I just spoke about the administrative assistant to the secretary. They have to have a working relationship with all persons, right? If it's your payroll, it's the bank. If it's your worker man, it's the clients outside there, the clients who you work for and whatnot, and the supervisor who will come to check on the job. So you will determine that based on, because you don't want somebody to go outside of the limit. That things you have to know, you're not responsible for it. So you clearly established for them. I didn't send you inside to negotiate no pay with my client.
Exactly.
Or if the client asks you to do an additional work, I know the boss man not here, but we have to do this extra thing. You're not freelancing on my job. That is not your thing. If the client comes to you, you establish what is the level of the relationship, what you expect, anything over that according to your digital phone.
And you know how good was the contest. This tell you, you know, so and so what was to be expecting out of the year and tell them the body on them, you know what they want. They want to give you a each side night.
Yes, why don't your job?
Create a different atmosphere which has
Yeah, yes. And that is when you put them to the test. Okay, don't worry, I will come back after 4
Look,
hours.
the workers and the trees good. And the loyalty and you make sure everything in order with them to show your loyalty. You come out sometimes and you know what the 6 months is so you know. Now you know you just know how to look at your that.
And sometimes we need to know too all ourselves. We have things outside of our control. Sometimes your workers ethical, but the people unethical, and they go into your workers. I've had recent people working by me and my neighbor calling them, come now, way to change and door.
Yes.
On my job, on my time. And when I come, I want to know where them. She call them over to change and door. Now I have a problem with that. Because I say, why you calling my people off my job? Allow them to finish. And why you always have to recruit from my yard?
Yeah.
The people working here, I looking for them the inside changing and over, you know, come on. So sometimes you have the best of workers, but people will flag all kind of things in front of their eye, but you separate the sheep from the goat. From the man who say, okay, I'll check it out. But I'm doing something here now. Come now, taking a minute. Okay, no, what you working here, but I'll check here. I'll check it, let me finish here. You understand? So we have to also bear in mind that sometimes they will be tempted. Sometimes they're young, I am young, I'm going in my business, and there are some people who don't know better. So you don't scold them, you just probably tell them what is your expectation, because some of the devil is coming in different forms. And then people can actually pull the people off your work. So you have to understand as you to mold and bloom and explain to them why that is not right, because you're cheating from this person. Sometimes you're doing something in somebody's yard when they home or what, but they need to go out, and when you go doing something to come back, you kind of throw people off, you know. So go through this, and this all wouldn't come to you one time in your mind, but you just kind of focus. So you know when somebody comes, you need to establish what I'm paying you to do. Whether it's formal, whether it's informal, but once you go through this and you establish in your mind, then when you're speaking to people when they come in the job, because many times things happen because we did not establish what is our expectation. And when you establish that, the worker respects you more, because at least from day one he told you this. And if you know your small business, also say there is a possibility that the scope could increase somewhat because I'm a small business, and depending on what we need to do, sometimes we have to be flexible. All right? Everybody good? How was the session?
Great.
Informative? Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure.
As we talk about entrepreneurship and we understand the importance of that human element, we will see that it is one of the things that you must appreciate as an entrepreneur. There are others, but you will realize that the human element can bring success to your business or kill it. No matter how profitable your business is, no matter how kind of potential it has, if you don't have the right people, doing the right thing at the right time, in the right place, the business could go bust. Why are we in business? Not to make money, to make profits. There's a difference between making money and making profits. Who makes money? Central Bank. Right? If you're making money at home, it's counterfeit. You're in business to make profits. Remember that as a business person. That's what you have to keep in mind. People can say what they want, but you're in business to make profits. Okay? Good. So, I have something here that I want to talk to you a little bit about. I'm good about human element. I used to have this guy, we were good friends, we grew up together. And I went on to work petrol training. I had him to work with me. One day I was leaving my office to go out, and as I was driving home, he jumped into my car and said, I'm going to leave. I said, okay. So I went out, spent 1 2 hours out. All this time he was with me. We were on the road, and I came back. When I came back, I went to my office, and 5 minutes, I sent a call. He said, where's the work I gave you to do? He said, well, and we went on the road. I said, no, I went on the road. But you invite yourself with me. But remember, the most important thing is what? You work. Yeah. So after that, whenever I was going anywhere, if I say, let's go on the road now. No, boy. He's making sure he does the work first. Anybody ask him anything, guess what? He said, no, boy, do that man work. That is the most important thing. So you have to have your eyes always open to know that what you have to do must be good. So what did you all understand from the last piece? Anybody? Value your workers. Very, very important that. Value your workers. Because if you don't, you may well turn against it. Anybody else?
Customer service is important.
The
Customer service.
customer service. And we know that that almost non-existent. Right?
How about the relationship between what about the relationship between yourself and the employees?
Yes, because if you don't value workers, if you don't value workers, they might show up to work, but they're here for appearance fee, not to produce. I don't think anybody should know for appearance fee. Anybody else?
Establish understanding what your job is.
Have some?
Establish understanding.
The expectations, the ethics. Because there are people still on their job, right? And do waiting for you. Anybody else? Right? How to manage and deal with your workers is very important. So you all have seen the importance of this. You all understand why this is the first thing we did. Okay? Human resource in your business. Good. You all ready for lunch? Alright, so what we have as part of this program is that we have the forms of persons who would like to register their businesses or their ideas. Okay? What we'll do is that we give you all the form and you put in the information you receive it. We'll assist you with it, right? And then we submit them so you can have your business registered. But there are implications. So if you have a business and not have it formally registered, right, and some kind of review is done on you, they can tell you that you're owing back taxes. Then you find yourself in a position where all of a sudden you have to pay 100,000, 50,000, 60,000 taxes to the government. Next week we'll have somebody who's going to come and talk about that. Okay? But this week we start the process for those of you who want to move forward. Okay, so let's get into the meat of this now. And understand this, I want to ask anybody to guess it. But the question is, what is an entrepreneur? And what's the difference between what we call a business person and an entrepreneur? Okay? So let's look at the example of it. It says, an entrepreneur is those are persons who own, operate, and this is the big part of it, and take the risk of a business venture. Right? So in other words, yes, you might own and operate a business, but that makes a big difference is that this entrepreneur love to take risk. The persons that live here, right, go to America, go to China, go wherever, and buy 6 containers of goods, and come back and put it on the market and taking a risk. They're going to come back and make millions of dollars from persons who do not take the risk. So you might be the person that buying all the time, right? The person that takes the risk makes all the profits. So if an entrepreneur owns, operates, and takes the risk, entrepreneurship is the process of running a business or your own business. Understand? So if that is what you do, then what's the difference between entrepreneurs and employees? An employee gets up every morning to do what? Go to work for somebody. And they tell you what time to come for. Not so. This is what you have to do. That's your job. Description. Remember that? What time you go for? Lunch. What time you come back from? Lunch. And if you want a day off, you have to ask permission. Please. Not so. The entrepreneur, right? When you build that business, and you put that business where you want it to be, you can decide what time you get up on a morning. If today you do not feel like going to the office, you do not go. I'll give you a little story, right? There's a product in Trinidad that used to sell here called a magic bullet. You all remember that product?
Yeah.
That product was sold by a company called Cargo. You all remember that?
Yeah.
With some girls who used to try to talk with a Trinidad accent, but they were really Bajans. Right? And they were selling this product for $850. You all remember those days? You used to be on television in the morning and all that. And a friend of mine, he went to China. They're in this place in Guangzhou in China, there's a sign that says, as seen on TV. Well, you know that?
Yeah.
Right. So they decided to go into the place. And guess what they had there? Magic bullets. Guess how much they were selling it for? $6. But here in Beijing, in Trinidad today, buying it for $6 and selling it to us in Trinidad for $850. That's the correct price. $850. So guess what we did? We bought the magic bullet and we brought it back to Trinidad. Guess how much we sold it for? Nah, so 300. And it sold out. And guess what they had to do? Drop the price of their magic bullet to make sure they didn't sell it out. But what did that tell you? They were making whooping amount of profit. Profits. You see? But then nobody knew. But they were the one doing what? Taking the risk. If we didn't take the risk also, guess what? You might have still buying magic bullets for $850. There are people that leave these shows every month, go to the States, go here, go there, come back and sell a product. All the people that are entrepreneurs, perhaps they have one thing in common. Ask yourself, what the people that live in place like Valencia, with small rents, etc., what do they have in common? They are entrepreneurs. They own a business and they take risks. And the people that buy from them are the ones that remain purchasing. And they make the profits. They want to buy a car, guess how they buy it? Through the business. Their house is bought through the business. Well, you don't have to go to work for somebody and that person pay you what? A salary. Right away, as that salary goes up, the higher the tax. So then, when you go to the top, you spend 1 trillion tax. Right away, if you work for 30,000, how much goes in tax? 1 trillion. Then you have to pay other things. You follow what I'm saying? But if you're smart and you realize, you could be on either side of the fence. The side that is buying or the side that is selling. When I was about 11 years, I went to my father and I asked him, I said, Dad, can I want to play mass? I want to go play mass. He said, why do you want to play mass? I said, because my friends play. I want to play too. Then he said to me, what is carnival? said, "What is our culture?" He said, "No. Carnival is a release of frustration by the masses." But I didn't understand what he was saying at the time. But I learned afterwards. And I was not to play mass again. Then he said to me, "Which side of the coin do you want to be on? The side that buying or the side that selling?" So we all have that choice to make. We can decide that we want to buy or we want to sell. Which side? If you sell, you make a profits. Then he said to me, "You have a choice. I can give you the same mass money, but you can buy soft drink and sell it on Carnival Day. And the choice is this: you could play mass and wake up tired and broken on Ash Wednesday, or you could sell the soft drink and wake up what? With money in your pocket. Profits. Or you can wake up happy with profits. Which one do you want? That's the choice that you have to make. Which side of the coin do you want to be on? Tailoring? Heads. Which one? You want to continue to buy or sell? It will decide what you own, where you live, what you drive. Follow? Ask most of the persons you see driving a certain kind of car, and they will tell you, "I am." Ask most of the persons that live in a kind of house, and they tell you, "I am man." Legal, yes. Because there are lots of things you can sell. No. Remember we spoke about your employees, right? And we said the employees have to work for somebody. Not so? And that employee could get up and go to work in the morning and can be frustrated. There's a little video that says that majority of people that die, they die of a heart attack. Right? Most of us. You know why they die? Anybody can guess? Most persons that die from a heart attack, you know when they die? On a Monday morning. You know going where? To work. To work. To a job that they do not like. Think about it. They are going to do something that they really do not like. So to get up on that morning, to put on that clothes, knowing that you're vexed with your boss, you like the people you're working with. Understand? Yeah. You're going to work feeling stressed. Most people I know, right, come from work in the evening feeling tired, drained. But you know something? When they reach home, let's take the guys first. They have the same guy that went home tired, have the strength to go play a little football or a basketball. Where did the energy come from? You know why? Because that's something he wants to do. Right? That's something that he wants to do. So if you're spending all this time, more time in the workplace that you are spending than anywhere else, and you're vexed there, guess what? You're living a vexed life. You are upset. You're in a place where, people are not speaking to one another. And this worker vexed with this worker because the boss favor this one. When you go there, it's not a healthy place. So get around all of that. Let me tell you this. I sold petrol. I had company car, I had company phone, I had company house, I had everything. And I had workers just like you. See, I had workers. And I left. When I was leaving, people said to me, "You're crazy. You work in petrol and you're going to leave petrol. Man, people would die for a job in petrol." And I said, "I'm leaving because I'm fed up. You don't like the corporate world there." You see, where you were? So I went to Atlantic LNG. I left to go to Atlantic LNG, and it was a risk because Atlantic LNG was sand and grass at the time. There wasn't a plant. There wasn't a company that was doing anything yet. It was now starting up, and I had to go in there to set it up. And I went in, and we set up train 1, we set up trading 2, we set up trading 3, we set up trading 4. Right? 2007, no, 1997 to 2007. And after 10 years, after trading 4, I said, I am fed up. I am leaving. And if I told them my package was going to say, ooh, you're mad. And everybody told me I was crazy. You're mad to be leaving Atlantic LNG with all that perks and all that traveling. But guess what? In the prime of the company, first year Atlantic declared their profits. It was $264 million US. And I still tell the guy next to me, I say, multiply that by 6. So see that kind of thing. We don't understand the profits. And then they paid us the bonus. And for that bonus for Christmas, I got $96,000. And then they paid one for Carnival the next year of $100,000. And people say, you're crazy, and even that. But I was fed up of having to go to work to save permission. But there was something brewing in the back, and that's why I left. Right? I had my own. I was an entrepreneur. Right? I was an entrepreneur. I had different investments that was going on with China. I was buying stuff and coming back and selling. But I had a permanent business setup. Follow what I'm saying? I was taking risk. I wasn't afraid to take risk, or even Petrotrin was the entrepreneurial spirit in me. Even as an employee of Petrotrin, I had an entrepreneurial spirit because you know, the risk was there. I took a risk to go to a company that was able to set up this thing. And I took the risk to leave. A good salary every day. Why? Because I wanted to. There was something more.
You had a vision.
Huh?
You had a vision.
That's what you have to have. You have to have that vision inside here. You have to know that you're going to do it. You have to know that I will work hard and get it done. You have to have self-belief. If you don't have that self-belief, if people are around you keep telling you can't do it, guess what happens? You start to believe it. If you grow from small and people telling you you're stupid, eventually they start to believe what? You're stupid. When you might be very brilliant. Well, a lot of people hang around with the wrong set of people. That's all. A lot of them hang around with people who are on the wrong path. You follow? You just can't help it. Because it might be in an environment where, you know, guys say, let's do this and they're doing it. After a while, you peer pressure. You see? And you go, am I in your own? Yes. So you have to take something and work. I want to bring somebody to make a few statements to you. Young guy like yourself, who will give me some reason so you can get back. Relax, introduce yourself and give us a background. Talk to them a bit.
Alright, good everyone. My name is Mika Faria. I'm 24 years of age and I'm just quite young. Graduated from university in 2013, bachelor's degree in electrical and computer engineering. And I am an entrepreneur. Why I kind of hesitant to say that is because I believe the word entrepreneur attached to a lot of people say, okay, entrepreneur, you're struggling, you know, you're more than likely suffering. It kind of goes hand in hand, at least in today's day and age. But I really don't believe that's the way it needs to be, or it really is, at least not for me, right? One thing you just spoke about was taking risk, right? And the necessity to take risk. That is very, very true, right? You need to take risk, but I believe that the difference between being successful as an entrepreneur and failing, which by the way is never option, is taking calculated risk, right? So you don't just go wild or spur the momentum, hope for the best, right? You literally sit, you analyze, at least that's how I operate, and really dwell on chess game, quite literally. Right? For me, a bit of my history. As I say, 24 years of age, so you would expect I don't have much of my history. But grew up in the south, deep south, also to be exact, for anybody who that is. So, those bars, so yeah. Real,
You all know what that is?
so real country boy. I remember growing up, my father working multiple jobs, 2 jobs. He was always adamant on getting an education. Right? I remember mornings, my mother would, and I don't know, these are things that probably work on my subconscious, would get up on a morning and she would prepare things like aloo pie and stuff like that and go to the junction and sell. Right? I was too young to ask these questions, but maybe I should ask them now. Maybe that was to send me to school. Right? Perhaps. So we had like 26 ducks and whatnot. That was mini farm. This is my life, quite literally. Growing up, I would mind these ducks, animals, and I would go to school. You know, and I remember 2 things in particular growing up that my father would tell me. Right? One, I remember, you know, you're young and you don't really want to study. So I would sit and pretend I was studying in front of that book. And one day, my father walked into the room and he I don't know how he knew, you know, that I wasn't studying. He said, Meeks, we're gonna study. But I'm gonna tell you something. Tell him that. He said, I'm gonna tell you one thing, and it's that you don't have anything. He said that, and he left. He said, I don't have anything. He just literally looked at me in my eyes and said, you don't have anything. I just want to tell you that. You know, I really didn't understand so much what that meant at the time, right? But post that time, I can remember studying like on these little marathons, 8 hours screens, not moving. Somebody need to come and see if I'm alive inside the room, you know, because it really can activate a sort of drive. To this day, he's probably sort of regret because I really can't see myself working for anybody else, you know. He sort of traveled my mind into thinking that it's never enough to settle for a piece of the pie, you know, and with the entire thing. You know, I can tell you that right now, because as an entrepreneur, that's one of the qualities you need to have. You need to be bold. You need to know exactly what it is you want. You need to go after it relentlessly, you know, quite literally. So nothing and no one will stand between me and what it is I need to achieve. Right? That was one thing that he said to me around that sort of sticked. Right? So I did a couple internships while at university. First was at Petrotrim, the marine department, so I had some experience there. Then Power Gen, I had some experience there as well. After that, I worked at Abel, Clay Bricks, you see these bricks moving. Right. These trucks, spent 6 months there, and last job I worked at, another 6 months, was at Emerson Process Management Limited, right, as a control systems engineer. So I worked all these different places, you know, in a pretty short period of time. I would say in about 3, 4 years, right? So I'm internships while at school and jobs. And I just want to know what really going on with you. You know, you don't want to stay anywhere. Because the whole ideology and belief, at least that is ingrained in this society, it's like parasitical thinking, I believe, is that you need to work your way up, you know? So I say that I want to do this, right? And I come to realize that there's absolutely nothing I could see to my parents, who's of a particular generation, that will convince them that I know what it is I'm doing, but this is the right way, you know? So I really come to a point where it is not a matter of trying to convince anybody, you know, it's literally action-based at this stage in your life. From the time you make a decision to become an entrepreneur, nothing speaks louder than actions, right? Absolutely nothing. I could stand here and talk to you for hours, but when you leave here, what you do, right, is what would make the difference, right? I can say nothing to you, right? Well, I hope I can impart something that would, you know, create some sort of spark to allow you to do something, right? But my parents, even subconsciously, you can see acting on their minds. You know, they would say, all right, maybe the if we could financially would support you and whatnot, and you know, it could be a thing, whatever the case might be. But even subconsciously, it's something that they're not happy with. Because, like I say, the status quo is you go to, if you're in school, you find a job, you work for somebody, you save your money, and then you start your business. Probably how, come on, he did it, you know? He worked this way up, save money, whatnot, and started. But at the core, like I said, is what you believe in, right? But never be controlled by emotions, right? Take your risk, yes, but make sure it's calculated risk. You know exactly what business you're doing, right? My business is Novas Engineering, right? So what we do right now is software development and design. You know, I'm an engineer, so what it is I aspire to move into is everything embedded and everything technical. But literally, so software is a part of that, because that is the interface between you, the human, and the machine. Right? I need no capital to start that. Right? I need no rest. So I see that as a literal gold mine, a grand opportunity to do something, right? And to really disrupt our entire industry. Because there are players right now in the Caribbean involved in software, but not quite to the standard of international standards. I see that so clearly. It's ridiculous, and they take people money to give them some power because you don't know, you know. So effectively, some other things I would like to mention to you is about me, perhaps. So this company that I have started while at university, right? So which was another crazy move. I don't know how much people start a company while at university. So and this company was actually born after entering a programming competition, which my team and I won, right? It was a 24-hour code sprint, and we won that competition. From there, we took off. Since then, between that time frame, 2012 to probably last year, early last year, we were not operating, literally, because you finish school, and like I say, you just have to fall into this cycle of where you may start to work, you're trying to feel out, but it became really, really frustrating for me, because I felt this deeper urgency or call to just do something more. You know, to aspire beyond the status quo, right? And I believe ingrained in my psyche, probably so much is that I'm a little frustrated as well with society. You know, before I came here, I had an interview with a young guy, 18 years of age, right? So I met this guy, and he reminded me of myself when I was that age. Completely naive, but extremely passionate about this field of software. And I just remember how as soon as he is finished with his A-level, not any jobs into university, somewhere that is lost in that creative passion is lost in formal education. You know, I really don't know why it happens, but it's almost as though you become more afraid the more you know. You know, which could look against you, right? But it also used to help you calculate your risk, right? So I had this interview with him, and it was really refreshing to see somebody like that. You know, and I wish I had met somebody like me when I was like him. You know? So that was quite an interesting experience for me. A bit to get to me. If anyone has any questions, by the way, this is just a dialogue. It's already been prepared. Right? This was an extremely short notice, so we could chat.
When you say how at first you drive on a passion with us, we can't really talk about it because the missionaries here while you need to go and to that next level education. It's how you look at life. It's do certain things that push you where you really want. I ask myself, I inform to I get that feeling that's so moving my reputation. I try to do certain things that inspire.
Yeah.
It's gonna be frightening to do certain things.
Yeah. One thing like I tell my friends and people that host is you see this childlike naivety. The stronger that naivety is an entrepreneur is the better, more successful and you will be. You know, I use this analogy most times when I talk to people. I remember walking to Pizza Hut time, and it's this young boy, a little young child, a toddler. Parents was a pizza and restaurant of the counter, right? Taking pizza was walking off, they were taking tissues. So he realized that and he went back to the tissues. But I am standing in the line at the distance of, and I am seeing, right? And I know you cannot reach that tissues, it's impossible, you know, mathematically to reach those tissues. But he doesn't do that, you know? And you know, sometimes make all the difference. He doesn't just reach. You know, and in a strange way, that really like struck a little bit me to realize like I just didn't know. Listen, you're too short. You know, you're too short. You don't realize exactly where you are in relation to this reality that people bring to the forefront of your sight. But your reality and my reality is two different things. You know, that's exactly what it is. And you have to come up to realize that as soon as you could in your life. Now, I'm very grateful for realizing that from a very young age, that everybody, there's no such thing as this one reality. There's always a perspective, you know? So the things that you see will be different from me. You know, and like you say, that fear is true, it's great, but the exact opposite happened to me. The more I became educated, the more and when I say educated, not necessarily forward, I did a lot of study, contrary to what was being taught formally, a lot by myself. Because a lot of things I knew are not taught in schools, right? I just became more brave rather than more fearful. So it was opposite to me because that was my reality. And I just see the point. When you have all this knowledge, this understanding, you have the web today, you can Google anything. You know, ask me anything you want to know. It just depends on your ability to learn. And you'll get the answer. And that's a major asset. You know, we move information moving between us at lightning speeds. Consultation between somebody in the US and you right here in Trinidad, Germany, wherever the case may be. And the opportunities are there. You know, quite literally, and a matter of already setting yourself apart. As you see, like today in society here alone, so much issues that we have. People looking at politics and all these different things. I absolutely despise, you know, politics. Even like the word itself. You know, I really do believe that we need to be looking at politicians for the answer. We need to be looking at people like you and me. Right? An entrepreneur is a leader. Right? A politician, I don't believe a politician is a leader. We're supposed to be. You know? So movers and shakers, entrepreneurs, leaders, right? People like you and I. The fact that you're sitting here today means that there's something different about you. And if you do that, nobody can tell you anything different. You can't tell me there's nothing different about you. I believe so, but I know so. You know, that's my reality. You know, so being in that kind of mindset, really cherishing your individuality and your strengths. Knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, right? Having the right team. I have the right team. I have to work with the same group of guys for years. You know, my co-founder, we share the same dorm room, best friends. Right? I think that's something really key, even from bringing up from a very young age. You know, that's another thing my friends will tell me. Surround yourself with the right people. You know, that's so key. Don't ever feel like you do it by yourself. You know, you can't. Right? I'm fully Swiss life on my team because I dabble in many different things. But at the end of the day, I can't do it by myself. You know, so always try and surround yourself with the right people. And that's a very, very key aspect of this. So you ask questions.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about like, yeah, I was talking about example, like, my kid.
So you see, the mistake that I ever do, I'll tell you something, yeah? Probably one of the many best advice I ever got was the mistake that I ever do is not be in business, right? So all these different things you would sit and you prepare and contemplate and calculate your risk and whatnot. But you need to be in business, right? You need to be in business. Don't wait and, all right, then I'll get this in place when this comes in place. Listen, as soon as you come into business, the pieces literally come together. It does. You know, that has been my experience. I talked earlier, and it's the same. It might be difficult, right? It might seem like, all right, I really don't know where or how, but somehow the pieces come together. It really does. So you need to be in business. You know, you can't be on the outside of something and expect to see how it's going to work.
As you do business for yourself, and have you seen any improvement? Have you seen anything good to make you want to keep on?
Yes. All right, so I come from a different background, parents, some of them, right? Believe in a certain way. So I can tell you straight up, it's extremely hard in dealing with them in that aspect, right? The difference for me that I see is from being in business, like I see, the pieces literally come together. Many things I did not know, and I really don't know where to start, and I'm like, okay, I probably shouldn't do this until I know this. But for me, let me say, I made that step, right? It's almost as though, what's it? From the time you make this step and you actually get the issue itself, your mind starts to work for ways, or look for ways to solve that problem. That's why you're here, right? You took some sort of step, and now you're here. You know, I actually didn't even know about this until this morning, right? This presentation, and I see this as an opportunity for me, right? Like I didn't expect to see myself here. I didn't expect to see myself interviewing a new guy this morning. I didn't expect to be building websites by Triple E. Sorry?
What kind of advice can you give to somebody who should start a new business and they start to run into a little obstacles, they get a little discouraged, you know, kind of thing? What advice could you give to somebody to keep going?
Alright, well, for me, right? I'm a religious person. Right? Strongly believe in God. But that is my whole core. My own way. I believe as human beings, we all have something in us that calls something deep inside of us that calls to something that is deep and beyond. Right? Something that we reach for, strive for. God. Right? And that's a massive part of my life. So we were talking about consultation at the start of this point. When I consult with God before I went. Right? Another thing in that way. Say you reach it, you end up hitting your head on some sort of issue. Like I say, don't ever believe you can do by yourself. You really can't. You have guys that I don't want to call right now. You know, but I have an issue and I know there are people who have the answer. I will call. You know? That's why it's so important again to just always try and live right. Because you don't know who you will need tomorrow. So yes, you'll bounce up obstacles, but like I say, reach out to somebody in your network. If that person who exists, for you in your network, find them, because I guarantee you they do exist. You know, you have the web, you have so many resources now. Like this is literally high time. I believe this is high time. And right now, the price of oil is dropping, and I can guarantee it is going to continue to drop. It may never reach back $100 plus or it won't, because we find alternatives. You know, technology is advancing. Canada now looking to come into the playing field. You really think we can compete with them? The US has over 100 years reserves. You know, so what's going to happen here? Right? The people in this room are the people who are literally going to have to mold and make this society. You know? And like I watch my friends and I wonder what they're really thinking. Is this petrol and all these things? When they think it just like manifest magically? No. Men today, right? People today have to start somewhere. Somebody has to make a decision and make it leap. Right? But yeah, you will come up. You will meet problems, but like I say, you're never alone. You need to get out of your head. Right? Yeah, you need to you need to get it out there, that you never alone. So when you meet problems, reach out to somebody, please, right? And also reach out to somebody who is at least thinking along the same lines of you. Never tap into the resource of a pessimist. You know, somebody who, look for optimists. You know, look for somebody who will give you some positive advice, right? People tell me many times, you know, favorite line from my own parents and back, like something wrong with you, you know, boy, something wrong with you. You know, I go to tell them, I say, yes, something is wrong with me. You know, and what is wrong with me is that everything is right. You know, and that's the truth.
Because I experience the same thing we talk about.
Yeah.
In terms of living job after job. I always have a job. Understand? But I can't tolerate disrespect and that kind of stuff. I used to have to play match from there and find something to do. But how we call it? You understand? People say, I'm working here now. I have to.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, I was like, what about what you want to tolerate? What you want to do?
Exactly. It's a matter of fulfillment, you know. Don't think people that be entrepreneurial and be rich anymore. Very possible, yes. But that's not what it's about. Yes, it's about getting up in a way want spotter. Like I said, like I work all the time. Like all the time. You know, my friend called, what you doing? You know? And you might think, well, alright. It's never taught to me like, okay, I didn't want to stop working. It's like I don't want to. I enjoy what I do. You know, I enjoy it so much. And it's not really, I said, okay, yes, it can happen a bit once, but know that it's a lot more work than if you was working with somebody else. I can guarantee you that. But it's a matter of fulfillment, you know, in terms of your purpose. And really actually the kind of standard you want to set for yourself and your life, right? The rewards are wonderful because, like I say, I didn't say this, but I say it now. I believe that your time is the most valuable asset you have. Like, put money and stuff aside, but you see your time. So, invest in things that you want to do with your life. Your kids. I don't want a man, when I decide to have kids someday, marry whatever, somebody telling me, hey, my child have a recital, piano, whatever. I can't get a day off. You know, my day is yours. That just don't make any sense to me. You know? So, your time is really the most valuable asset. You're running down this big money job, whatever the case might be. And before you know it, you're leaving with your own son. You know who he is. And you know people say your child grew up, whatever. And you can make your child, but you can't make your mind. That is untrue. The reason why you can't make your mind is because you're not there to do it. Exactly. Right? Exactly. No, I ain't saying you can control and make your child do anything you want, but you will know the person. Right? So that's another big part of me and what really drew me into this is my time. I really believe is sort of a valuable asset. When I want to go to the I want to be able to go. I don't want to be called out in the middle of the night, you know, to fix some controller at Atlantic and all this. It just really doesn't make sense to me.
Where does it do like, yeah, my reach out position, like maybe become not kind of confused, like at that certain point, because like, I do the next one, so I'm 6'4", right, short, but before that, because I had finished my 6 years, I like become confused.
Yeah.
I knew what I wanted to do, but yet still, I was like, I don't know where to leave from here, and then become blocked. And I'm just like, I'm moving on to the process of become blocked.
Yeah.
So I just end up following the lines that everybody just say. And that's still more another thing more confused, it just have more.
Yeah.
So like, where does one reverse?
I think everybody was in a position. You know, I in particular was in a position like big time. To be honest, this society doesn't provide avenues for people like you and I, everybody in this room, in secondary school, and you're thinking, right, what next, right? Excuse me. I also just followed the stream, right? I knew I wanted to be in sciences. I decided during Form 6 I wanted to do electrical and meter engineering because my teacher told me I can't do it and it's too hard. So I was just that was me, right? I really like technology, so that's why I jumped into it. I mean, I believe that, well, for me, I'm truly blessed, you know, and I really owe all that gratitude and favor to God, because you see that confusion you're talking about, I can't really identify at which specific points in my life I really became enlightened as to what it is I should be doing. But that's a very hard place to be in, right? In terms of being confused as to where to go and what to do. But like this movie I made here today, like coming here today, is like one of the best movies you could ever make. You know, you meet people who are like you. Like I say, I literally strive for my network, right? See, my network is a major part in how I operate and get things done, right? I would reach out to X, hey, I need to get this done for me, because as soon as I walk into a room or anywhere new that I meet somebody, whatever the case may be, the first thing I look into is, what do you do? You know, I want to know what you do. And if it sort of resonates, or I can say, okay, I might have this for this person later on. You know, I might talk to my friends in this way, so I'm talking to you like I talk to my friends. They won't take that wrong. I mean, I'm going to use you, right? I just say to them, listen, this person could be upset in the future. I will remember you. I will remember your name, you know. I remember what you do. I'm going to take your number. I'm going to put what you do next to your number. You know, I call, hey, you remember the guy, etc. I was wondering if you could tell me. No, I'm not sure. But maybe you could. You know, put it to somebody else. Right? So, when you're confused, just look for answers. And that's what you do right here today. You know, and that's just the way I believe that's what actually helped me then. I look for answers. You know, it's always somebody who just I look and I reach, I break things. You know, literally. I don't want to say it sound reckless, but in ways I was quite reckless. In growing up, I took some risk. I could have resulted in catastrophe. Luckily, it did not. Right? But yeah, just reach out. You know, that's something you could ever do. Don't ever bottle things in. You know, you need to speak to somebody. And that's the next thing. Entrepreneurs are people who just take up on so much on themselves. You know, sometimes because you see yourself only, you are the person thinking this way. But like I say, surround yourself with the right people and the right team. You know, start to look for that from now. Right? Who's the right people for me to work with? Right? Who's the person I can talk to about literally anything? You know, who's the person I can sit and say, listen, I want to build a business empire. You know, what do you want? This is how I relate to my team. What do you want? You know, I want the same thing, or this is what I want. Right? Somebody must call for things you can have, somebody who knows exactly what they want in your team. You see people who in your team and they're not sure this will off the right, they don't want that. Right? You know, people have direct relationship. Right? You know this is what you want, and you align yourself, and you move. You know? And that's generally what it is. So, I can give testimony for all actions and stuff in relation to that. If you want, right? I was involved in a lot of different things, as you could imagine. After finishing school, I went on with them, I decided to jump into the MBA program with Shell, you know, trying to marry the with technology and business. Beyond that, I got involved into trading, right? Stock exchange, trading stocks, international stock market. So it's another thing that I do, you know, and I enjoy in free time. To really know how the world runs. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised of where you are in the entire scheme of things and how they are literal men who put in the strings. You know? If certain people decide to drop the interest rate in the US right now, you know the ramifications of that for you. It's really an intricate thing, you know, the entire world. And I really don't see why you would just want to get a piece of the puzzle. You know, you just be a piece in the puzzle and be a reactionate kind of person. Be active and take charge. And that's what being an entrepreneur is about. Right? It's not easy. Work with yourself, right? It means. So I think we need to wrap up there. Any more questions?
You all heard that testimony, I think it was shorter notes and some of the things that we have said before, emphasizes you getting as an entrepreneur, right? Don't be afraid that you might lose some. You will lose some. I was in an investment where you lost a lot of money, right? The company came and said, we're going to China, they wanted some bags. He said, look, bring these bags for us. Didn't cost us a lot, it cost about 4 cents for a bag, but we bought 250,000 of the bags. We didn't put out much, it was 4 cents a bag. But when we brought the bags back, we sold the bags for $4.60. The 60 cents was the money we put out on each bag. The $4 was the profits. How much money did we make? Right? $4 by $250. It's a million. And then we took the money and put it back. And you're kind of afraid to touch it now, and then they call back after 2 weeks and say, we want $1 million. So we went back. Taking the money that we paid and invested in $1 million. We bought the bags, we give them the bags. When they start using the bags, they pay us the form and then we have to contribute the bag. When they start using the bags, guess what happened? All the bottom of the bags started to fall out. We had to pay them back, therefore. No, we didn't make a loss. Because we didn't put on much. You understand? Yeah. But it happens. We have to take calculated risks. No. Something that MK said should resonate with you all. It's about development as an entrepreneur. You cannot stay the same place. Don't be afraid if you don't know where you are. Don't be afraid if you don't know what you want to do. It will come to you. It will come. Once you start that developmental process, right? Once you start saying, I need to become better than I am. Told you that he's pursuing an MBA, a master's degree, right? But he's also an entrepreneur, which means he's doing what? Continuously developing himself. Because you need to have certain knowledge. And if you don't, you hire an accountant, when the accountant bring the figures for you, you can't tell head from tail. What will happen? Robbery. Your workers could spend rings around you because you don't know. But what is the developmental process? There's something that we have put together that is called a developmental matrix. And you can place yourself on this matrix anywhere. For you all, a lot of persons think I cannot do it. I don't know what gives people the idea that they cannot. It's a fear. And the worst thing you can have with you as an entrepreneur is fear. You have to be bold with it. You have to be able to take those risks and develop yourself, because if you don't, what happens? You stay the same place, eh? So let's talk about the developmental matrix of it. You can be anywhere on this chart, right? Let's start from here, CXC or A-levels, right? Let's talk about that. In Trinidad and Tobago, we are very fortunate. The average person, right, in Trinidad and Tobago would have gone through secondary school. Right? The average person. If you left Trinidad and you went anywhere on the island, that does not happen. After primary school, guess what? You get married, or you work on an estate or a tourism or something. In Trinidad and Tobago, most persons go on to CXC. But did you know that with CXC, if you have CXC, you can go into a bachelor's degree directly?
I didn't know that.
Yes. You don't have to do A-levels. You don't have to. But the question is, are we getting good career guidance? Are we talking to the right people? Are we discussing what we want to do with the right people? Or are we just going about it and saying, I want to do this? Or our friends say, I'm going to do this. So we went with the friend and did that. The other thing is this, how long does it take you to move from, say, CXC to say a master's degree? Anybody? Say 5 years. Anybody else? 3 years. 3 years now.
3 years.
3 years, I tell you why a bachelor's degree now is 2 years. If you do anything longer than that, forget it. And a master's degree is now 1 year. So in 3 years, you can move from CXC to a master's degree. And worse yet, if you have experience as a business person, you can go directly to a master's. You run a business for 3 years, you have the experience. Do you know what stops a lot of people from achieving this? You know what? Fear. I don't think I can do it. If I do it, I might fail. We have moved persons through this process on a daily basis. Persons will come to us and say, I don't know if I can do this. Don't know. If you can do CXC, you can get a doctorate. If you can pass CXC, you can pass a doctorate. The difference is that all they keep doing is compressing. Compressing. So CXC took you all 5 years? Huh? Right? The same thing, what they do is take the degree and bring it in a shorter space of time, the same type of work. Then they take the same thing with the master's level. It just keep getting shorter and shorter. It's just about time management now. So, what about your functional skills? So you want to be an entrepreneur, right? You have to have those 4 years that you have to be able to master. This morning we spoke about selecting human resource. That is one of the things you'll have to be able to do. Not so, train and develop your people, and whole human resource aspect. And we'll talk about the other stuff that you have to master if you want to be an entrepreneur and a good entrepreneur. Contemporary knowledge, new knowledge. So okay, let's assume you are you're a caterer, right? You're a caterer. What would be new knowledge? New knowledge would be, what are those new baking techniques that you have? What type of new baking equipment that you have? You follow? What is new in the field? So if you're a mechanic and you could only fix gas engines, you would be left behind. Could you fix diesel? Could you fix hybrid engines? Could you fix electrical engines? That is what sets you aside. Are you at the top of your game? Like a guy came to build a retaining wall and he said, this wall you have to build the way there's no only built it. We're using deck and pan, bam, bam, and we fully to come. And the people were shocked. But he came with something that was different.
What I want to address is the fact that only book sense and no common sense. Limited to how far you can reach.
Well, a lot of people say all the book sense and no common sense limits you. And the next side say all the common sense and no book sense limits you. So it's never one or the other. It's a combination. It's a balance of the two. Because one tells you, you know, there's something called an MBA came. This MBA came about because what you had was a lot of persons who had work experience, right? Who went into to do an MBA, to do a master's degree. And the persons that were teaching them had what you call a PhD. Okay, thanks for coming, right?
Contact himself with
Okay, yes.
So if anybody wants to get in touch with anything.
Yeah, we'll contact you. Okay. Yeah. The persons that were teaching them had a PhD. Now, a PhD is your highest level of academic achievement. But what it is that all you would have done was theory. It's your highest level of academic achievement based on theory. Only theory, which means you have not worked a day in your life. The doctorate is where it's your highest academic achievement based on practice, policies, and procedures. So when you took someone with the experience and put the guy with a PhD to teach them, you know what's happening? And they said, this is how we do it in the real world. The guy with the PhD didn't have a. So now we have an MBA, and the guy with the doctorate is teaching that. Follow? So the point is you can move through this process very easily. The functional skills is about this, I know how to do it. You follow? That's your experience. That's like common sense in a sense. Contemporary knowledge is, am I keeping, continuously developing myself? Am I continuously getting better and better? Or am I at the same place I was, doing the same way I used to do it the last 10 years? And there are people that operate like that. Doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different results. And the business ain't going nowhere because they are not investing in themselves. They are not investing in their workers. So everything is at a standstill. But when the competition comes along, guess what happens? They start to go, how come I ain't doing that? If you're doing what you're supposed to do, right, guess what? You have no reason to be fearful. Right? Then we move on to social functional skills. This is the skill that you have. So you have a skill. But you have to take the skill that you learn and you work and you're being paid for and bring it into a social environment. This is voluntary work. Are you giving back anything to this society that is paying you to do your work? What are you giving back to this society? For most people, nothing. But then we complain about what crime and this and that and that. The more we get involved in voluntary work, the less crime there will be. So, are you giving back through the religion? So through the church? Are you giving back anything? Do you go to church and teach a little Sunday school? Or are you too sleepy on a Sunday morning to go anywhere? Or maybe a Saturday evening, I don't know. Are you giving back in a sporting environment? Whether you're going to help them cut the football ground, are you giving back anything to community? What about where you live? In that area that you live, are you giving back anything? Or that you're vexed with the neighbors and that is where it's important? So, well, I don't talk to them now. You understand? Are you giving back? As an entrepreneur, you have to be giving back. Or are you giving back some level of educational, commitment? So like how Amiketi man spoke a while ago, he's giving something back. Understand? That is giving back something. So we have to learn to give back, give something. And then your social cultural skill has to do with things that you like doing. The things that you, when you leave that workplace and you've come out in society, what do you do? A lot of people say, I love to travel. What does that mean? To jump in a car and go from here to Port Spain? I don't like doing that. I have been all over the world. I've traveled all over. South America, from Brazil to Hong Kong, wherever. But I don't like traveling. You know why I go? I go because I love to see different cultures, different type of music, different type of food. But when I go, I learn something. I learn the difference in people. I learn diversity. I see different things. When I come back to Trinidad, it makes me a better person. And I learn different cultures. And if I can learn different cultures, when I have to give people instructions or do whatever, I know how to give it better. So then I too can take instructions better. Now, if I travel and I see something, right, I've seen a lot of things, and sometimes I see we do things in Trinidad and I wonder, why aren't we learning? Because we are disrespectful a lot of times. We show no respect. Look at how we drive on the streets. Who's going to make the difference? So get this. Take an example. If you're in America or England, and guess what? You're on the streets and you're driving bad, you get a ticket.
In your name.
Yeah. We show no respect no matter where we are. Let me show you this. We are in a grocery and we're in the line. And the line is there and the cashier is here. And somebody would skip the line, walk up to the cashier while she's cashing and say, what's the price for this? And the cashier ignores you who is in the line to answer that first. You do that in America. You know what they would tell you, sir? Please step to the line. They tell you that. You jump off a plane in America, when you jump off the plane to get a taxi, you have to join a line. We by line the corner and we fight for the taxi. Yes, push one another. You fight, yes. Yes. No disrespect. Listen. You know, I used to lecture at the University of West Indies. And one of the things I used to tell my students is this: when I am on the floor, nobody is supposed to be in class. Nobody. I am on the floor. If you on the floor, I and all will shut up. But we are disrespectful. We are disrespectful. We don't understand. And it translates into entrepreneurship. That is why we don't have customer service. Because when we open our business and somebody come in and say, you're not doing this right, who's you? You don't like to leave? And that is how we deal with it. When we should be dealing with it and see that the customer is always, because we always want his business. When you look into the customer eyes, what should you see? The dollar sign, the profits. If you're looking in customer eyes and seeing anger, guess what? Your business is going nowhere. But the time that customer walks through that door, what should come on your face? A smile. Because you know he's bringing what? Money. But some people vex when the customer. You go into workplace, you go into business place in Trinidad and Tobago, and when you're walking, you have 4 girls in a corner stand up chatting. Yes. They are working in the place. They are working there. Yes. And you're walking around the store. You walk around the store and nobody is taking you. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? You sure you're hearing me? What are you doing? No, you didn't. No, I wasn't hearing me. But you're burning cheers. You're burning cheers. So what do you when you walk in that store, right? I walk in this store. Not in my class. She's like, I ain't teaching her. So you walk into the store, right? And you have 3 girls in the corner. Now I know what you do. I go as close to the boss as possible. Yeah. And never stay. Anybody working here? Yeah. Now you make me stupid. Naive. Yeah. Anybody working here? And the boss is still around. And then the line doesn't get it. Yes, everybody wants to come to you. So we have to understand in a subtle way how to fix the problem. How to fix the problem. I was in Edinburgh in Scotland, and a taxi doesn't look like them. They are black taxi. Yeah. And I take out a picture inside the car, and he tried to hear, oh my God. I said, what's wrong with him? I was within the speed limit. What's wrong? You know? But he didn't realize I took that picture. He thought the camera take him out. I just got to take it last week. I'm going to lose my license. I lied to you. I said, no, I took out that picture. Oh God, thank you. He's thanking me for telling you here that I just took out this picture. You understand what I'm saying? We were in London, and when we ordered the food, we made a mistake and brought it home. Trinidad, guess what? Cashier, got me cussing. You know something? They bring out the supervisor, and the supervisor said, everything is in the house. Free. Talking about the yes. You understand? So our mindset has to be different. But as entrepreneurs, we are the ones, I have to know that when we see that dollar sign, when that customer goes through that door, and we see that dollar sign in your eyes, a smile must automatically come on our faces. That eyes that we see walk through must translate into a good smile. And sometimes you walk into people places, business people, some business people, and you know they really don't care about you. But, and you last smile say, I don't like it. So as an entrepreneur, right, you have to almost have an automatic smile. So, and the more money these people come with a smile, to spend, brother, you know, smile. Sometimes you have to have a doctor stand there because you know your mouth might tear. Because you want to smile so broad, but this man spending plenty. Yeah? You have to tell them, bring your friends like Marshall. Friends and them, because you have plenty money to spend. You understand? So you have to know as an entrepreneur, you must always be smiling. You have to get the knowledge to run your business. If you don't, right, people could run rings around you. And for all of us that's been to secondary school, if you could go through secondary school, you could attain a doctorate. Mark my words. I am not an IT. So therefore, when I was doing my first degree, I studied on Saturdays and Sundays and evenings. I made sure I stayed abreast of the class. So when I go to class, I was very disruptive, you know. I was very disruptive in class. Very. But I had done all the work before. So when students who came in class to do the work, I was disrupting them. When I went to do a master's degree, I was also disrupting them. So when I started lecture, guess what? Nobody could disrupt in my class. Because I knew what disruption meant. What I follow I'm saying? So when I lecture, my class used to be laughters. I know that first, as Trinidadians, we want to have fun while we do anything. We want to have some fun. Right. But you can't disrupt the class. Because I'm mad, like yes. At the end of the day, you live in the thing. See? And sometimes you get into this entrepreneurial areas because of necessity. Because something happened. Sometimes it's a disappointment that leads to your getting into that business. I was not into education. I became educated. My father decided I had to be educated. You follow? And my mother decided if it wasn't educated, I make it look like a theater. See, if you didn't get educated, you had to go work in a grocery, and I didn't want to go work in a grocery. And they sent me to go work in a grocery when I was going to school. So that what? Yeah. I didn't want to do that. So I know how to pass my exam. And I'll tell you the whole story, you know. But for now, that's it. And guess what? I had to go. So I was working. And when I started teaching, and I decided I didn't want to teach again, you know what? Because I did a good job, students followed me. Understand? They came and said, we're here to give us classes. That gave birth to one of the businesses that I own. You see? And improve, and improve, and improve. So therefore, and I had to keep abreast. Because when people came, I have to hire them. You have to know who you hire, and the fact that they must be able to get the job behind your back, right? So therefore, it's important. I love to do cultural analysis. That's what I don't travel. I do cultural analysis. I analyze other people's culture and compare it against mine so I can become better. Some people put on their resume they love to read. But if you love to read, a guy came for an interview with me once and I said, you love to read? What did you read today? Nothing. What did you read yesterday? Nothing. What did you read last week? Nothing. If you love doing something, you do it often. So on your resume, you might love to read something. So if you're into, say, landscaping, or you're into, say, what do you call it? Culinary expression, right? You might say, culinary arts. I might say, I have a little interest in culinary arts. You follow, instead of saying I love to read. You say exactly what type of literature you love to read. It makes a big difference. So, you might say, like some people say they love to cook. But cooking means playing with washing the wares and all that. I like doing that, you know. But some of you cook for people, right? You cook, you say that you do, right? And you love to you take that food out. And when you give it to someone, right? They finish eating, what's the first question you ask? Why? You have no self-confidence? So why would you ask somebody how it is? Because you know You have put what?
Without hands.
This is you into this. Who's the best cook in the world? Your mother. Your mother is the best cook in the world. Why? Because you're eating that from small. So it's taste. And if you go by somebody else think, that pillar is got to suck. That's right. Yes. Because you got to stuff. So what you really do, you might say culinary arts, you might say, I say it's culinary expression. You know why? It's you expressing who you are. You go to a restaurant, maybe Jennings or Palky's, not so? But you don't go for the alcohol because the scotch by Jennings tastes the same way that the scotch by Palky's tastes. Not so? A bottle of Johnny Walker by Jennings might cost different by Palky's maybe, but it tastes the same. But what is different? The food. The food is different. You understand? And that's what you go for really. Because if you didn't like the food by Jenny's, guess what? You wouldn't go to eat that food. Right? But you go for that. Because that chef, why do you have to see the chef? Because you love how the food tastes. So that person is expressing who they are. Right? So you do culinary expression. Some people say they love football or love cricket. When you love it, if you're not getting paid for it, you are an amateur. If you're getting paid for it, you are an amateur. Well, hold on. If you're getting paid for it, you are a professional also. Huh? Right. So if you get up on a morning and you get up every single morning and go skin a spot to walk, what drive? You're not getting paid for that? Eh? But what makes you want to get out of your bed? Rain or sun, you go skin a spot to walk. Eh? A passion. You're an enthusiast. So then for you, my question, I'm a fitness enthusiast. You understand? Not that you like football so much, you just want to keep fit. That's why you're doing it. Yes, whatever you might call it. But you are at different dimensions. See that physical engineering. I ain't going to piece inside. But that's what I'm saying. You are fitness enthusiast. You want to be fit. That's why you're doing it. So people, this whole structure, this whole process here is about continuously keeping right ahead of the game. Right? This is about competitive advantage as an entrepreneur. You want to always be ahead of the other persons who are in the game. Not so. Right, Debbie? Yes. Sure. Yeah. You want to keep ahead of the game. Because if you're into one thing and you're doing this and you keep doing it different and innovating and being creative with it, guess what? Somebody else will come on. So let's say you can't cook good. Okay? And you're married to this guy, right? And one day you went by the neighbor and eat. And the neighbor paid out tasting better. And the neighbor said, come here and eat. Anytime. Come to your pillow. Stay. Right. Listen, some of you ladies here will get married, right? And I'll tell you all this, your husbands will be sneaking out from home. Follow me? Sneaking from home to go by his mother. Because he still loves the mother food more than yours. But with time, what will happen? You will get to like your food. And then you will become the best cook in the world. Right? So it's better you form a good alliance with his mom, okay? And learn how she cooks the food. So that, and that's called what? Continuously developing yourself. When you're vexed with the mother, right? And you don't like the mother that you know how she cooks, because you know what? I could cook. You don't take the approach, develop, go back and ask, you ain't doing that. Internet. Yeah, internet. But you see, the internet doesn't tell you When you put this salt in, then I might tell you a teaspoon. But sometimes it's a little less than that. A little more. So you have a taste, right? Some people take that over and analyze it.
Yeah.
And the husband vexed, upset. But he's telling you, but when you go by your partner and then I say, wait, I detest how people take that food, yes. So my Jenny's and parties is where you will spend that money. You try to eat your food, you know. Yeah, but you might come and eat the food, you know. And you're feeling, yeah. When you're watching, guess what? Don't say, don't get fat. And you understand why? It's you fattening, you never do. As an entrepreneur, you don't want to be fattening what? Another person's business or profit. You have to fatten yours. So sometimes you have to give up your pride and say, let me go and find out what it is them doing. It's called a comparative analysis. You have to find out what the competition is doing that is better than you. So you can do what? Do it better. So you can start smiling from here. Eh? Could you see that? Perfect. Morning. Good. So it's now 12:30. Lunch is here. Okay? Entrepreneurial protocol has to do with how you behave as an entrepreneur, you represent yourself. Because remember, once you put on that logo, nobody says the guy with the white jersey, they say the guy with the jersey from a particular company. That's how they remember you. When you go out there to look for that job, they'll remember you, right? As a person representing a particular organization. So that's where I need to really brief it.
I would really like to set this up for lunch. They're sleepy and tired and their attention span kind of decreased. So we want to change that a little bit. One of the things I want to firstly say is I'm very proud of each and every one of you for taking the time off your Saturday schedule to be here. Because there are a number of things you could have been doing as opposed to trying to make yourself a better person, as opposed to trying to be somebody, and as opposed to trying to own your own business. You are who God says you are. Don't let anybody define you based on where you live, based on your color, based on anything. You are who God says you are. Yes? I am here to go through protocol, etiquette, telephone etiquette, email. My assistant has disappeared from me. Identifying what protocol is, demonstrated with some testimonials. We'll go through the greetings and order lines. There's an ethic and an order with emails, telephones, and particularly your corporate attire. Yes? What is protocol? This is interactive. You got people, so you can talk.
Follow procedure, standard.
Yes. That one word that I'm looking for. Rules. Order. It's order. It must have an order to do things. You can't just operate willy-nilly and you will end up with those type of results. So protocol is what we do. What is etiquette then? Who said that? Very good. My assistant. Yeah, so protocol is what we do. Etiquette is how we do it. And corporate protocol is a collection of those guidelines which we apply to our establishments. So everyone here is going to be an entrepreneur at some point, yes? Because that's why you're here. You don't want to be working for somebody, you want to do your own thing. You want to have that broad smile that has the profits behind it. So you want to make sure that when you set your company up, people who come into your company, they observe protocol at all times. But people practice what they preach. People follow what they see. So you can't have an establishment, generate some rules and guidelines, and you of yourself, you aren't following them. Because people are supposed to walk into your establishment and realize, just by looking, they can realize that this place has a particular order. I heard someone say earlier that there's a time and place for everything. That is correct. So there are things that would be acceptable in the Prime Minister's office that you have to do, and then you can come to a sub-office and It's not wrong, it's just that it's a bit more laid back. I know that Trinidad and Tobago has a very laid back culture where anything goes, which is why we need to change that. A paradigm shift needs to take place. We need to change our mindset in terms of how we think, how we feel, and what is acceptable. Yes, you are free to take notes. If I am talking too fast, feel free to say, hold up. And I will pause. Yes? Your character is who you are. Your reputation is what other people think you are. So you have the ability to mold your own character. Whether that is based on your spiritual and moral beliefs, your upbringing, what you've been taught, etc. But the onus is on you to make whatever business that you have be a success. No, assistant, back.
Like this book is not for me?
Back. Go back. Right.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, still right there. I changed my mind. It's me. Everybody here has been to a business before. Whether it's to pay a bill, whether it's to work, you've been there, yes? You called a company before, yes?
Yeah.
Whether it's to check on something, pay a bill, get some information, and some people might answer the phone. For example, if you're calling here, you would hear Debbie say, San Fernando West constituency, good afternoon, whatever it is, etc. Yes? Some businesses you call and you're not too sure that it's a business you call.
Yeah.
Alright. Yes? Because they answer the phone, hello? And I, because I teach this thing, I'm like, and where am I calling, please? Hello? People answer business phones like that. I will hang up on you. You're not serious about your business. You have to know how to answer the phone properly, which is the correct way to answer the phone. You answer your house phone different from your business phone. Sorry? Proper greeting, exactly. So, you're here to learn. So there's nothing like a wrong answer. It is what it is, and if you need to be corrected, you will. So if those of you who have businesses, I know you have a business, how you're answering, so if I call you, what would you say to me?
Like if you have a good afternoon, you're calling Wallace Landscaping, how can I help you? And then you tell me what you need to perform.
What's the thing about that? Sounding good? You think it's correct? Why correct?
Because we answer the date, it's in a pleasant manner, job we can do first in a pleasant manner.
Right, so all of you all responded correctly based on his tone. So as far as you all were concerned, his tone was correct. So his mannerism was correct. Yes, Dave? Right, you got some information, you knew the company he was calling, and he was pleasant. We're going beyond that. You know there's an order for him to say all what he just said? Was it in the correct order? No. Why not? Yes, you just said it.
He said, hello, good day. Say
it exactly how you said it, huh? I said hello, good afternoon. Yes. So what was wrong about that?
You're supposed to establish the name of the company. You're supposed to say where you call first, and then we kind of...
No, but the company name first, what you saying?
Yeah,
You're supposed to start with the company name? Why? No, but why should you say the company name first?
The right number.
Exactly, that's it. You must know that.
Good afternoon, whatever the keys, I bring manners first. You understand whether it's morning, evening, the night, and then I deal with my business.
That's a good justification here, it should be in court.
Yeah.
That's a good justification. No, it's a legal, it's a lawyer answer. No, it's a good answer. However, the company name should be first. So whatever company you're calling, the company name should be. My assistant is You should identify yourself. Nobody should be asking you, so who am I speaking to? Because they should have already gotten that from a degree 10. Yes? A lot of companies, sometimes you're on the phone, so you can leave a voicemail. You must check your voicemail within 24 hours. People leaving messages on company voicemails, and people just simply not responding. And worse yet, you call some companies, and their voicemail tells you it's full. Now you know, for it to be full, that's at least 50 messages. 50 messages minimum. So if you call somebody's voicemail and it says, this voicemail is full, you can no longer leave a message. That tells you that that person is not checking their voicemail. So you could have left a message saying, you know, I would really like to employ your services, and you miss out on that business. That person could be calling you for anything. It could have been an emergency. So one of the things that I do advise, because everyone has like a small business, divert your calls. If you know you're going to be out of the office, divert your calls to your cell phone, so that you don't really miss a call. Because a lot of people, when they're starting up businesses, your time is very limited. So you really don't have the time every day to remember, because remember, you don't have like 40, 50 staff yet. You're a small business and you're growing. So you don't have that large staff where your role is to check the voicemail and deal with the telephone, your role is to deal with something else. So that's the way you can divert your telephone calls to your voicemail so that you don't miss any important calls. Yes? Speakerphone. I know it's a cop-out. I know that there are times you're really busy and you just put that person on speaker because you're doing what you're doing. I do it at home all the time. It happens in my vehicle because I have Bluetooth. But in an office environment, speakerphone is really rude because the person next door doesn't need to know what that conversation is about. And it's also not right to put somebody on speakerphone without notifying them. And there are times when it is allowed. That is if you're dealing with a case and somebody's a witness and somebody needs to hear. Those are secondary matters. But the correct order is that you should let somebody know, I have to put you on speaker if that's okay. They will assume that you're in the correct environment and you're not putting them on speaker for no other reason. Yes? You all here? Yeah. Cell phones. Vibrate silent. This is just the rule. Vibrate silent. And the other one will give you the reason. Because technology has advanced. So there's no standard ring. You know, we call it now the Trintuck ring, which is like the old ring from way back in the day. And I'm probably selling old, you don't probably do no Trintuck. You want no Trintuck? Oh, tax. Our company. So, you know those original rings? Used to be everybody's ringtone. Now time has advanced, you can take a song and make it your ringtone. But some people, I have to make this statement, don't think before they put a ringtone on their phone. Because you really don't want to be in you're in your business, very corporate environment, you're in your office, and some tune that telling you things that I don't want to repeat is your ringtone. So there are, for example, in the bank, you're not allowed ringtones. You have to put your phone on silent or vibrate. So you have to choose your ringtones wisely. Not some of those vibe starting business. I'm telling you.
Voicemail. Yes. The ones that you can't even leave a message because
Yes, exactly. I totally agree.
The voicemail is determined the kind of person they are.
This is a very valid statement, yes. Yes. Some people you don't even know if you're calling the right number. You call somebody's phone, and I heard this once, hello? Hello? I am talking while you say hello, but your hello is your voicemail. That's supposed to be funny? My time is valuable. Thank you. It's not funny. And your money. Your money going. And some people's voicemail is too long. Your voicemail is supposed to be brief. They must know that they're calling you. So you can have a voicemail. What's your name, sweetheart? Anisha? Nisha. Hi, you've reached Nisha. Please leave a message. Well, I'm not available at the moment. Please. There's no rule with the actual message. But the length is not acceptable. It could be a turn off if you have an emergency as well. Your voicemail not supposed to be personal. And when I say personal, so Nisha is friends with Kanisha, with Alicia. Nisha and Alicia are friends. Nisha has a voicemail on her phone that only Alicia could relate to. Because it's personal. And whatever she said makes no sense to me. So I am very concerned confused. So your voicemail should be clean, it should be basic, should be short. Ringtone should have been screen savers. What's going on in your head should not really be reflected on your screensaver. Some people's pornographic screensavers are totally inappropriate. Whatever you do in your personal time should not be reflected during business hours. Some people's screensavers are extremely personal. If you have a picture of your family or buildings or whatever, that is fine. But your screensaver should not be erotic, pornographic, nor too personal. Yes, we agree on that?
Yeah.
Right. Email etiquette. There are rules with emails. So, when is an email seen as an inappropriate form of communication? Because it ain't appropriate all the time.
Responding to
Inappropriate. Well, technically responding to an emergency because the person may not see it. Not everybody has a smartphone.
or something that requires immediate attention, it will be appropriate in that setting.
If it's urgent, you may not get the response.
The actual business email,
Mhm.
choose as an email address. Some people use inappropriate.
That is one of the very valid points I was coming to as well. Your email address that you choose to use for your business. So you have a land, is landscaping?
Yeah.
And what's your name?
Kenneth Wallace.
Kenneth Wallace. So hotmankenneth@gmail.com is not appropriate. Exactly. And then some ladies have sexy Trisha. Those things. It's free. Hotmail free, Google free, Yahoo free, mail free. Free mail is free. All they're free. Just create a business one. That's more appropriate. Yes? But there's another reason why emails would not be an appropriate form of communication. For legal matters, very sensitive matters, you don't want matters of confidentiality to be going through email. People can hack your email in a month. People can hack your email. Okay, I'm not referring to email 8. Yes? What determines the tone of an email? Because 10 people can look at the same thing and see 10 separate things.
Fun. If you with all caps and mix up people is not saying.
All caps means what? Means you're angry.
Yes.
Exclamation marks.
And then some people is putting red when the effects and
Yes, that is when you shout in bold. If you bold something in the content of an email, it has a different message from if you bold an actual heading. Those, they call it fanatics, are inappropriate in business emails. So even if you're friends with someone and you're exchanging an email, those smiley faces, that's for WhatsApp.
You should do WhatsApp. I have people use WhatsApp for their business and they have all kind of picture, their boyfriend and all kind of status and things.
Well,
WhatsApp. That's their business WhatsApp.
Well, I mean, WhatsApp is a personal form of communication.
People use it for businesses now.
People are using it for businesses because they're cheap, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But if you use it for business, make sure that your profile picture is appropriate.
Exactly.
Not a picture of you on the beach. No, I have seen profile pics on WhatsApp that are personal. So if you know that you have business people that interact with you on social media, you have to know how to change your profile and the look of your page. When I started using Facebook for business, and some of them were pictures that I removed.
People get emotional, like the phone use like a picture or something, and just start vulgarity or something.
Yes. Keep your personal feelings to yourself. Really, you have a business, everybody in your business don't need to know what's going on at home.
That's right.
Social media comes under email as well. So you have a Facebook page for business. And your business is landscaping. I really don't need to know what took place last night and who upset you. And you see these people today, and you get people just venting. And you're a business person. And a lot of your business clients will be on your business page. They will realize that you have a Facebook page. They will automatically add themselves. Too many people get personal on these social media sites.
There's a line.
There's a line, and there are boundaries that should be in place. Think about the business and what. Remember, when you have these pages in place, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, whatever social media accounts you have, you're selling yourself, you're selling your business. What image you want somebody else to get of you. I have seen, I really think some people just literally live on these things.
Yeah.
Because you wake up, you see their breakfast, literally, a plate with a piece of something, and they're telling you about that, and then other people having a conversation about the breakfast. And I'm like, get a life. Yeah. You could have boost your page, you could have said something about your company, you could have spoken about something that your company just did, you could have been drawing people to your page for business reasons. We have to take advantage of all these things. And I think it was Keith who mentioned earlier that 30 years ago we didn't have cell phones. So 30 years from now, it's going to be something different. Time is evolving. I remember when the only person who had a phone on our street was Mr. Tio, and that's because he worked telco. You all know telco?
Yes.
Oh.
Telco poops.
Right, telco was before, she's looking at me like, what is that? Telco was the original name of TSCT before they merged. Yeah, it was telco before, yes. Yeah, so I know about telco. And Mr. Tio used to work telco, so he was the only person on the street with a phone until everybody started getting telephones. So it is going to evolve. Time is going to evolve. The do's and don'ts of email. If you send someone an email, and you know we have BCC, you all know what that BCC, blind carbon copy, and then you have the CC, which is the carbon copy. There are times when the BCC is appropriate and correct, and there are times when it's not. What are your views?
I say they should call it BC because the carbon copy represents a physical carbon.
I've always maintained that, yes, that BCC does not make sense. It's like asking somebody for their PIN number. Yeah. That is not correct. People looking at me shocked. You all ask for PIN numbers? Yes. Okay, so PIN is the PIN, yes? What does PIN stand for? Personal identification number. So if you're asking somebody for their PIN number, you're really asking for your personal identification number. So you're repeating yourself. So it's what's your PIN? Ah, good. So back to the BCC query. Okay, so I will give you a hint. It is appropriate if you're interacting with the media. So if you, for example, send out a press release, you blind carbon copy, which is the term that they have, everybody else on the list, so that nobody knows who else is getting it. You must just do what you're supposed to do. TV6, you got it, it's for you to broadcast and be there. You don't need to know that CTV coming and IETV are going to. So in cases like that, if you have a school or a college and you're sending out a memo, blind, because she doesn't need to know what her email address is, and some people don't have much to say. They have something to say and they reply all. And what the reply is very personal to the person who sent out the email. Everyone else doesn't need to know what's going on. And if it was BC in the first place, you won't be able to do that. So BCC kind of guards you from having those reply alls that get very chaotic and personal. Yes? Mr. Assistant.
Is it?
Skip. Yeah, that needs plenty more time. Attire. Don't worry, we'll come back to the slide and you'll get to take some notes. Times are evolving, I agree. Fashion is evolving, I agree with that as well. But there's corporate attire, and I really believe that it has diminished over the years, particularly in Trinidad. And I remember in primary school, when you had to, and you're looking at television, and you always hear, well, I spent some years in London as well, and things like the court and banks, there's a particular way you cannot enter a government enterprise, a state enterprise, inappropriately attired. I went to Tech last week to pay my bill. And I was on my way to another meeting, so I was dressed appropriately, but I went to pay a bill. So I could have been casual. It's okay to be casual, they went to pay a bill. But the young lady ahead of me, let's call them Juve pants. And the halter top. And I started looking around because this is a state enterprise. So there's supposed to be a dress code in effect. And the dress code is in effect. I mean, well, the sign is there, but the security is on the phone, so the security didn't see when she passed. Well, probably. But you have to know how to carry about yourself. And not because you're not attending a business function means it's okay to dress inappropriately. Because you never know when the right person will see you. First impressions last. Not because you're not going to work. I'm not saying you wear a suit every day, you don't. Today's a casual day, we all dress down. Everybody decide we're wearing jeans, it's a cool setting, that's fine. But you have to know where to draw the line. So we're going to go through some corporate attire for female and male. So we're doing female, why he's laughing, because he knows what's coming. We're doing female first from the crown of your head to the sole of your feet. Ladies, with the heel. Once I know that times have evolved and everybody wants to get with the program and someone wants to look like a particular fashion icon or movie star, whatever you want to do to enhance yourself is fine, but there are limits. We know your real hair ain't long down here. Let's be real. And it ain't blue and red either. You cannot be working in a corporate environment with colored hair. What is that? I mean, some gray is fine. I went to school with a girl, we used to call her patch of gray, because she was born with a patch of gray. It was literally her hair. From primary school to now, she still has that patch of gray. Fine. Some people naturally blonde. Fine. You put a little tint. Fine. But red and blue and green and yellow aren't colors for your hair. Okay, ladies? So we're coming now. Makeup. There is makeup for the office, and there is makeup for when you're going out. So if there is nothing wrong with mascara, if you, and I'll explain. So if you're casually going out and you have your, well, the ladies will be more in tune with what I'm saying than the men. So men don't feel too left out, but the ladies will know the rules for cleansing. You know, you cleanse your tone, you moisturize, and then you have your foundation and your powder. It does not need to look like a mascara. You have to know your shade. It's okay to walk to a sasha counter and say, can you confirm my shade? And they'll give you the correct shade. They'll tell you what shade to use for your complexion. They'll tell you what powder to match. She's laughing. What powder to match your foundation. If you don't want it to look different, your skin tone should flow and blend. You should not see a line here telling you that your face is different from here. No, it happens. The eyelashes. No, unfortunately, I don't have any. I don't have much eyelashes, and interestingly enough, all my brothers have long eyelashes. I'm too sure how that worked out. But if you want to enhance your eyelashes, that is fine. But it shouldn't stick me when I pass. It should not be that long that it's visible that it ain't yours. And they should not, and when you have these eyelashes on, well, I don't know because I don't use them. You want to look this strain your eyes, I really don't know. Because it doesn't need to be too long. And remember, mascara comes in different colors. No, that's fine. So if your eyelashes are black, why would you want to put on blue mascara? Just because it matches. So stuff like that. So we come up to coordination. So we coming down. Your earrings with your suit should not be long and dangling. Round or square or stud or you're casual, no fat, no, she's looking down. No, you're okay, you're casual. But you can't be going to, they used to call them flushers. You should not have on a corporate suit with these long earrings. We're coming down, we reach here. Your chain. it does not have to match the suit. Actually, it should either be a gold or a silver chain. Costume jewelry should be appropriate, not big, glamorous, glowing. Thank you. The statement, it does not work. As coordinated as you may think you are, it's not corporate. Your clothes should be neatly ironed at all times. Your suits should be in order. Even if you're not in a suit and you're well attired, that too is fine. But I know Trinidad is hot. So I pretty much walk in a short sometimes, depending, you might go in an air-conditioned environment. But your clothes should not be transparent. You should not be able to tell the color that you're wearing. And that is happening quite frequently. Your clothes should fit appropriately. Your trousers should not be too tight. Should be well groomed, well tailored, well fitted. Skirts. What's the correct length?
Because it's very distracting.
Let me hear. In inches.
3 inches.
This is above or below? Now, the difference is, remember, there's a difference. If your skirt is a particular length, ladies, because we're Caribbean women, so we have shape and so forth. So the length of your skirt when you stand will be different to the length of your skirt when you sit. So, based on that, what's the rule? When you stand, it should not be more than above your knee. So it should just be literally like resting on your knee. Because when you sit, it is going to go up 2 to 3 inches. So can you imagine if your skirt is originally 2 to 3 inches, what is going to happen when you sit? It will be too short.
But I fear, like recently, you see people traveling and you can tell they working in an office because they have on, blazers and whatever. But their skills, some of them are crushed. Like, and I think we could have got stockings. It's okay to have these short skills.
Yes.
And then they have a slip on their hand.
Yes.
I just kind of wonder where these people working when I see some of them.
It's true.
They're going to work with the boss man.
It's kind of being one casino or something. Well, that's what I'm saying.
That is correct. Sorry?
It's a strategy to attract customers.
I know that they changed the rules in sales. I find it an insult to women. I've heard people teach and change the rules for corporate attire where sales is concerned. If you're selling insurance or whatever, they tell you you can wear it shorter, which means you're really selling insurance. Exactly, and I personally find that is an insult to women.
That's right. Correct. You have no respect for them.
Yes, because I should be.
But your bank account, you get.
Ignore that comment.
Profits.
Ignore for now.
They were taking the best time.
That's why the economy.
Well, short. I don't think we're looking at you in that way too.
You said it's a
No, but you don't need to come. Somebody want to give you something you do.
Yes, he does that money alone.
It's a business.
Exactly.
Well, it depends on the type of profit you would like to have. But you have to make sure that you're professional at all times.
That's right.
People say less is more is less. You have to know what you want to achieve. And quite frankly, if you come to sell me something and you're very corporate and you're well attired, I will respect you more than if you come and you can't bend down, or if a pen drops, somebody has to pick it up for you because you really literally cannot bend in the skirts. And the pants too tight.
But that fellow is about past like that and
Yeah.
So let's see fellows. Hold on.
No, it has straight men.
So let's not laugh and have them feel. We're coming to them in a while, don't worry. So we're going on. With respect to your shoes, I know that toes aren't open toe. There's an exception to the rule, what sense? With the same open toe. Peep toes are acceptable. Now, there's a difference between peep toe and open toe. Peep toe is literally one tongue could probably fit there. So you can hardly even tell that it's open toe. Yes? Because, yes, I was going to ask you that. Because that does exist in some places. So ladies, your head to toe, your hair should be off your face. And when I say off your face, I don't mean back in one all the time. I don't mean back in one, I don't mean that that's not right, because that's that little piece across here. I'm talking about some hairstyles where you really cannot recognize.
You mean like
They
that?
come that. I saw, yes, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What is that? No, not correct. Not correct. Any questions on the ladies' attire? You can, and actually, what's the rule with the color of your stocking? Skin tone or skin tone?
No,
Not because it's still blue, it's stocking, no. I've seen it. Blue stockings, blue suit. No. No. Any more questions? Oh, nails.
Yes.
Have some nails rules. So those of us who have long nails, and these are mine, what's the rule with the nail polish for corporate?
Black color.
It should be flat. Who said that? Yes, it's supposed to be a flat color, which is like a plain color, plain color, plain color. Or French, what they call it now? What they call this thing? No, ladies, the nails, no. Accent.
All the accent.
Accent finger. Right. You can't have an accent finger, but all the diamonds and all those things, it should be reasonable in length. Yes? Reasonable in length. I have seen people in corporate attire with nails that are literally 3 or 4 times the length. Those patterns, sorry, those patterns and those different colors, no.
Yeah.
Should be matted. Should be matted, and your tone should be appropriate. Orange and no.
You can do it, right?
Flat, as long as it's not
But
black.
when they nail is so long, I just wonder how they go about getting proper nails done.
They don't.
So no.
They don't.
That's a very tactful way to put what you really want to say.
Exactly.
Seriously, one of the things example, there are people who are so accustomed to long nails that they cannot function with short nails. Where's the toe? Yes, so there are people who can't function with short nails because they're very used to the long nails. In terms of how to get things done, that's a case by case scenario. That's really a case by case scenario.
Prepare a good meal. And I buy the husband to go next door for the family. You get a good meal. You understand? Because hands is what just very mostly.
People have to know. Really. What do you need this flour?
And then have to
No, make bread. That cannot make bake. It can make bread, but it cannot make bake. Well, that's a case by case again. It's a case by case. Because some people are really so used to know. Hello? That's what I'm saying to them. They have people use the bread maker to make bread. That's very true. So for hygiene reasons, but it is really should be that way. It nails really should be that way. Any more questions for the ladies? Questions for ladies? standards. Neatly groomed. So then, if you're saying short and neatly groomed, are you saying that there's an issue with a gentleman who is corporate who has locks?
Long time.
It must be neatly groomed. So then, are you saying somebody, a gentleman who has just started his locks with a kinky? What happened? So if it was?
Because the kinky doesn't mean you can't come to what they kinky is the probably woman.
Yeah, because plenty of them guys who both started with a kinky judge shave appropriate
And mark. Right. Wonderful. So we reach by your faces.
I'm doing a
On the head.
workshop.
All I'm gonna shape a pattern and take it out now.
Design.
Stars and
All this whole and you have more balling women right on it.
Being bald is not an issue because you can have really short hair. The different designs on your hair is not appropriate. Designs is not, a little sideline is fine, but you see actual pictures of people's hair. And then they have the audacity to even spray in colors. That is not appropriate. That is not part of corporate attire. Men did the earrings on corporate attire.
not even understand.
No. No. Corporate men should not be wearing earrings. It's not we commented, I left tattoos for last because it applies to both men and women. So did we reach here? So men, no to the earrings. No. The jewelry, now this is different. It's not sexist, but it is what it is. The chain should not be visible. Men's chains should not be visible, whereas the ladies' chains can be visible. It's not sexist. It simply means, no, it's not discrimination. If your shirt is buttoned appropriately and you are wearing a tie, why should I be seeing your chain? Exactly. That's my point. So, your shirt should be buttoned appropriately. Your tie. Now, there's a rule with long sleeve, short sleeve, corporate. Come talk to me. You also give the lady something trouble just now. So I want to hear this man. Well, talk to me. You should not be wearing tie with shorts.
And the loud colors and the loud pattern tie.
Yes. If it's a casual, you know it's business casual. So your short sleeve shirt with your trousers, business casual. You can wear shirts with jeans for business casual as well. But in terms of your suit, what color suits should you be wearing? Dark colored suits. Black, brown, navy, gray,
Dark gray.
full stop. Not red. Not green. Not white. Not white. No. I'm seeing people in parliament with old time, all those nuns. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Pardon? He just, he's not nice. I don't know what's going on. So, you cut off your tie then. So if you're wearing a black suit, then you're going to white shirt. What color tie is appropriate?
Red, blue,
Gray. Nothing with that pattern.
Solid, flat like it is.
Yes. Solid. Flat. Yes.
Like it is.
So then, if you're wearing, when is it okay, if it is okay, for you to wear this suit and your tie is a multicolored tie like that? Function. And what's business dinner? So would be nice. Different type. Yes. Yes. And I was going to say something, but it will sell out what I'm coming with, so I'll come back to that same thing, understand? So, yes? If you're going to present, there's a difference between, and you're going to have to remind me to come back to it when we review other bits as well. Your dress code changes according to the time. You all know that, right? Yeah? So if you go into some function during the day, your attire is different from if you go into a function during the evening. I'm just going to slip this bit in. If you're attending a function after 6, it depends on the function. And you're going to, it's a formal function and it's after 6. And you're sending out an invitation to whoever. The invitation, based on the time, is supposed to tell you how to dress. However, you're in Trinidad, culture very laid back, really what you want. You have to put it on the invitation. Because believe you me, you will see some things that aren't very appropriate. Yes? No, they have to be punctual. And I will tell you why. Even in your corporate attire, when you're attending these functions, you have to be punctual, and I will tell you something. I remember years ago, somebody was sharing something with us. When they go to Parliament, and Parliament convenes at 1 p.m. Friday, and all members are supposed to be there 30 minutes before, so that when Parliament convenes and you get something to the prayer, you all look at the Parliament channel, so you kind of know how it starts. If Parliament starts and everyone is not there, you cannot come in. Dr. Eric Williams is making sure the door is locked. You cannot come in. Parliament convenes at 1. If when they pull the shaft and the speaker starts to pray, they say the prayer and you all know the routine, you will not allow to enter the Parliament. Now they come in the room. You see this on television? Not just that. I'm even seeing people speaking at a session, and the person, you're supposed to know that Parliament is live on television. Not just that, you're on your telephone, you're on your iPad, you're sleeping.
I see somebody who actually
So these things are not acceptable. So back to the men's attire, because they're not related. We reach by their waist. Belts. What color belts are allowed?
Brown, gray, probably.
So similarly, the same colors that we mentioned before.
Not white.
What is the rule with the belt according to the color of the trousers? It should not, correct, it should not have any of those designer lips.
And not a big buckle, it's all kind of.
It shouldn't be a designer belt, it should be a very simple corporate straightforward belt, not which you can't have a suit, and then you have a belt and have a silver written on it. You don't have belts with the right things? No. Name belt, not appropriate. So your belt should be the color of your trousers. So black belt, black trousers. Brown belt, brown trousers. Gray trousers could be black belt. You can use substitute black. But you can't wear a red coat. I know we're fashion conscious, but there are things that are absolute no. The trousers, 3/4 length trousers are not in corporate attire. It does not work. It never has worked. It never will work. Please do not do it. Yes. You should not be doing that. No. Casually, yes, they have 3/4 jeans and stuff. But in corporate attire, a 3/4 pants is not acceptable. It is not. And we do not need to see the color of your underwear. Wear those trousers properly for me, please. according to my grandmother, fix your pants, child. Because don't follow, be your own person. Not everything we see in the States we want to follow, because that stems from people having to take off their belt in prison. So you don't want to be replicating that, really. No, it is not appropriate. So we're coming down to socks. Color.
Black, gray, navy blue, brown.
White.
Not white.
And it should be socks or sneakers. It should be a...
Yeah, not a classic.
Corporate socks are different. So it shouldn't be those sport socks or ankle socks.
They have the little loafer socks.
No, ankle socks, gym socks, whatever you want to call them. Not appropriate, but your shoes are supposed to be nice.
We are with shoes here.
We are shoes and we still buy the socks. What's the rule when you color the socks in accordance with the pants and the shoes? So for example, you're wearing a black, no, let me change it. You're wearing a brown suit. So your trousers brown. Your shoes brown. What color socks are you supposed to be wearing?
Green socks.
That is my right wrong now. I really want to blending the style.
Really?
My friend is what about one?
Yes, watching your socks. So your socks should be what color? White? No. Which is it? Is it the color of the trousers or is it the color of the shoe? Or if the shoes and the trousers same color, you end up with it. But it's supposed to coordinate so that, for example, they I have to demonstrate this. Men. Actually, yeah, let me do it. Right. And I'm sitting down how I sit right. Is it okay for a man to do this? No.
Yeah.
But that's normal.
That's a scale now.
Yes.
'Cause there is absolutely I've seen former Prime Minister Pandey, Mr. Manning, Dr. Rowley, I've seen leaders sit like this. Nothing wrong with it. You all need to not have those things going on in your mind.
I think it's one of the power gestures, they could sit like, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. Ladies. Is this okay for you? Or if it is, when is it? Talk to me.
I don't know, like sometimes.
When is it right? When is it wrong? Is it right? Is it wrong?
I don't know if you're from the camera. In the office, they say you have to cross the legs at the bottom, but to me sometimes it becomes comfortable.
The only time this is correct for a lady is if she's in trousers.
Just give us right.
Only time. Skirts. So then if you're wearing a skirt, you should not be sitting like this. You ladies are supposed to cross by their ankles, and it should be left over right. It should be left over right. It should be left over right. And even if you're sitting, you're supposed to sit properly. But remember, if your skirt is on your knee, like we said before, when you sit, it's going to go up, right? So if you're sitting like this, the person who is directly in front of you, depending on the fabric of your skirt, might be able to see.
What you had for lunch?
So, ladies who don't cross at the ankle, not wearing trousers, how are you supposed to sit? I do it here and I just play with you all to show you something. Yeah, because you have to sit somehow. You're supposed to turn to the side. That's correct. With your ankles crossed. That's how you're supposed to do it. Yes? Now everybody gonna be like watching how they sit now. But you should. Yes? Men, we reach by your shoes. Yeah, crocodile watercolor business.
I mean, long,
With your corporate suit is not appropriate. Yeah, come on. And your shoelace should be the same color of your shoe.
pants, how tight and how...
Those trousers should not be tight.
With exception of the sneakers.
Oh, your sneakers? No, your sneakers is casual wear, so that's completely different. Yes? Right, so we have modest jewelry. Oh, I forgot something. Ladies and men, I left it last, but it's both. Rings on your hand. There's a rule. Your wedding finger and your opposite finger. Do not a ring on every finger. And not those big colored. I don't know what to call it. Yes, it is not appropriate for corporate attire. Wedding finger, opposite finger. So these two fingers here, you're allowed. Thumb rings, index rings is fashionable, but it's not for corporate attire. Yes? That can work. We're not being, no, let me go from here. You see the queen? How she sits? And because her skirt is not short, she can sit like that without having to cross her ankles because you can't see anything. Now the entire course is like 2 days long, right? So there's a lot of things that there's table of presidents, there's into who sits on the right, there's all that bit. And we'll see how if we can do it at another point in time because the actual corporate protocol and etiquette course is 2 days long. So we kind of like summarizing stuff that we feel will be appropriate to the Entrepreneurial Scholarship Program. Okay, girlfriend, let me talk in a state of affairs. Now, on a serious note, taking politics out of it, what is wrong with the Prime Minister's attire?
Makeup, not fashion.
It's like Jack Warner color. ILP.
Right? The jewelry is wrong. The makeup is wrong. The color of the suit is wrong. The fabric used is wrong.
The earrings wrong.
Yeah, that's the jewelry is wrong. It's wrong. But in all fairness to her, that was when she was swearing in, so I would hope that she learns a lot of she was wrong. We should have taken dark colored suits should have white shirts. Yeah. And that's me, by the way. Yeah. That's me. You don't look like me? No. It's me. It is I. It is me. Yes?
Pinch yourself.
Right.
Anil.
This is one of the slides that we use for the actual course because it shows you the correct way to greet in terms of the shaking of the hand. So that's why we have that picture with the two prime ministers, I call them. And it shows you the different colors in the suit. This one here with Mr. Ajahn Staff.
Look at it, it's too light.
Oh no, but they this event is when what's his name? David Beckham came to train. Right, you all remember that. And the members of the TTFF and whatever came. He was the sports minister at the time. Thank you. Thank you. As a minister, it's totally inappropriate. But as for the Prime Minister, I think I'll just ignore her for 10 years. Because what is that? That's just totally inappropriate. So you cannot, one of the things, the reason why we have that slide as well, do not assume your position will allow you to do what you want. You have to represent. You have to represent. At time, you just have to represent correctly. But it's a slide that I'm looking for. Not put that because I don't want you to read and not go between. Greetings and borderlands. It crawls my blood when I look at the television, or I go somewhere, or when it's a political meeting, or whichever party, and they mount the platform and they say the wrong thing at the wrong time. So, we have greetings like good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good day, etc. I have arrived at 6:30 p.m. So we're all here and it's 6:30 p.m. How should I address you?
Good evening.
Why?
It's not night and it's not afternoon.
It's not afternoon.
Even if it's night, you don't say good night.
I believe it's night.
What's your rule?
I don't know.
It's not the night. After 12.
After 4.
Ah, so you're correct. What's your name?
Lynch.
You're a Lynch, you're not here because I won't let you there. Related to that?
He been lynched.
Met you there.
No.
Okay, so let's take the clock. Pay attention. Midnight is 12. Up top straight midnight. Yes? 20 past midnight is what?
Morning.
AM.
Morning.
Correct? So we're moving through the day. We reach 12:15.
Overnight?
That's what time is that?
Afternoon.
PM?
Midday or overnight?
PM, like afternoon.
It's
Afternoon.
Depends on if it's midnight or midday.
No, we reach 3 p.m.
12:15.
PM.
Well, it's afternoon.
Okay. You get catch just now. So moving through the clock. And 5:30.
Afternoons.
Evening.
That is where everybody will have said that. So, let me give you the rule. From 12 noon to 5:59 p.m. is good afternoon. From 6 p.m. to midnight is good evening. From midnight to 5:59 is good afternoon. Therefore, when do we say good day?
I would say from between
Anytime.
1 to 3.
Once it's bright. Interchangeable.
The days of 12 p.m. No, isn't this an introduction? Say good day anytime? No. I love this part. Go ahead. Yes, you do. There is a point in time when you say good day. So if all what I just said is correct, when are you saying good day? Okay, let me go through the clock again.
From midnight
12
to midday.
midnight to 5:59. Picture the clock, eh? So we're going around. To 5:59 is good afternoon. Yes? So from 6 p.m. to midnight. Right? Good evening. So you have good morning, good afternoon, good evening. But I just completed the clock. So where is good day?
From 6 or 7.
From 6 a.m.
Every day.
From 6 a.m. to 12.
Anytime that is bright.
So, but you know what it is? You all are thinking too hard because the answer is literally right there. If you have the clock in front of you, and I have literally covered all the hours on the clock, where is the day?
Anytime.
Good days when they get sunlight, when daylight.
Good day, all right, okay, hold up. We're coming back to good day. 8:30 p.m. is what? So that's the night or the evening?
Good evening.
All right, let me say it forward.
Depends on if you're arriving or if you're departing.
Thank you very much. Good day is when you are leaving during the day, and good night is when you are leaving during the night.
That is the catch.
Yes, good night has nothing to do with the clock. It's when you're leaving.
Yes, boy.
So if you come to an event at 8 p.m. and you multiply from good night, everybody, totally wrong. Yes. Yes.
Correction.
Go ahead.
You can say good night as long as you're not seeing the person again for the balance of that day.
No.
I'm putting it to you.
No.
I was raised in Britain, worked in Britain.
I was born at Queen Elizabeth Maternity Hospital
And
in England.
I went to school in Britain.
So did I.
I taught in Britain.
So did I. So we are the
So
same
that's
page
my
so far.
culture.
So that's the answer right there. Old school versus new school. Because there are things that were acceptable back then that are no longer acceptable.
Times change.
Good day and good night are departing greetings. That's what departing. I grew up in Papa Road. Your parents tell the name of good night. Everybody saying good night. and you learn. Yes?
And you're never too big to learn.
And you're never too big to learn. I go every year back to the European School of Protocol to refresh my training and stuff, which is why I know him. Because I know That's my friend, that's my friend. We good like that. That's my friend. We good like that. Yes? Questions? So you're gonna be saying the right thing from now on?
But yeah,
and correct. Don't be afraid to correct people nicely. No, don't show off on this. You know, correct people nicely. We're going to see how best we're going to be able to, because there's so much more in corporate protocol and etiquette. There's a table of precedents. You guys know what that is? It's the order of precedents in terms of Chief Justice, President, Prime Minister, that whole list. And then there's the order of precedents, which is how you do it at a particular function. There's seating guidelines, security guidelines, flag etiquette, corporate events, invitations, all of that. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
They presently they don't follow the.
No, they don't look so. And the president of
because even when the president or Prime Minister of China came.
Yes,
it was wrong.
there was blunders. There were blunders.
Yeah.
Even when I think somebody from India came initially and they gave them the wrong present.
Yeah.
So there's gift giving as well. All of that is in corporate protocol and etiquette. There's gift giving. There are gifts that are an insult. And if you don't know that person's culture, you can embarrass yourself.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of the greatest experiences I had was working for the Summit and Sugar. Really, really powerful experiences in terms of different cultures and what is acceptable, what is not. We had no sleep, but it was good in the end.
I work for the Summit.
Yeah.
Which one?
Summit and Sugar.
Nice, serious.
And they don't run. Which is why I was very disappointed at Nelson Mandel's figure. Because there were too many people who could have gotten things right and things went wrong.
Yeah.
So there's different seating guidelines will come up as well. What is position of honor? Who should sit on your right? Who should sit on your left? Where the host should be positioned? Where security details should be positioned? All these things. We're going to see how best. This program is how many weeks? 2
days.
Yeah, and we'll see how much we can, if we can fit some more in next week. Because it is a lot. It is a really intense, the 2-day course is an intense course. But I will give you all my contact details because we do courses as well. So if you want to come and get a full 2-day course where it will change your mindset about a lot of things, it will tell you, you will be looking at the news and pinpointing things that are wrong. Yeah. So yeah, you will end up doing that because I literally do that every night. That was because when you teach it, I mean, if you're into landscaping, you will go to a particular place and you will immediately be able to tell the landscaping is wrong. I will find the grass looking good because that's not my field. But you know, things like that happen. You doing catering, you will go to a particular function and you will say, but they're serving that wrong. Well, that shouldn't be. You shouldn't put the pork next to the chicken because people are allergic to pork, and somebody else might just see all the food layout looking pretty. So whatever your field is, that's where you will see it. So I watch the news with a very critical eye. I look at all these functions critically. Parliament channel is stressing me out, but I do look at it and I'm like, there's a lot to be fixed. And if you take it to your home, and your kids and your family take it to their workplaces, eventually we will get it right. It's not a case of no hope. Trinidad is not a disaster zone. Trust me, there are a lot of places worse than Trinidad. We just have to don't support it, share knowledge, share it so that Trinidad and Tobago will become a better place. And I'm really grateful for this program that Faris agreed to do because you need to be your own boss. And I want to just share with you how I became my own boss. I was living in London at the time and I was an analyst at Morgan Stanley Investment Bank. And then you see, when you have a monopoly in your field, you get headhunted. Because I was an analyst in Morgan Stanley Investment Bank, and I was headhunted by 3 agencies to work on the Olympic Group Network because they wanted an analyst there in my specialty. And they didn't have. Now, I kind of like to break records. I like, and I'm very competitive. I don't take no for an answer. If you tell me no, well, the thing don't start. Because you can't really tell me no. If I am going for something, I'm going for it. I'm extremely focused. I don't look to the left or look to the right if I have something to do. I'm easily distracted. And that is one of the things I find a lot of people are easily distracted. And you can check it out in your homes. You're busy doing something for work, before you forget what you're doing. Let that person wait. You are doing something. People be too quick to go on social media. Be too quick to get involved in things that aren't important. You have to remain focused if you want to be a successful business person. So they took me away from Morgan Stanley and I went to work on this Olympic Group Network. And we headed to Olympics 2012. And this is from since 2004 when we got the bid in London at the time. And I now have to interact with at least 60 different countries. Time zone different, dress code, what's acceptable here, what's acceptable here, what this one doing this one doing that for religious reason, and a whole list. And you have to find a medium, not to disrespect anybody, and to make everybody happy. The challenges were when we got to the Caribbean countries, where their culture is completely different, very laid back, things that are acceptable should not be, and it's just because that's the culture, there's no right or wrong. And when I realized how many errors and blunders were taking place within us trying to put the Olympics together, I said, I cannot go back to Trinidad. I'm not share this. Trinidad there in a complete state compared to places like England and some areas of the United States. Buckingham Palace, when they were, it's a completely different scenario. So I came back to Trinidad in December of 2008, and I was the CEO at the Trinidad and Tobago Entertainment Company, which is a state enterprise under the Ministry of Trade, which is how I ended up working for the Summit and Showroom, etc. And I just kept seeing blunders. I just kept seeing mistakes. Not necessarily at that level everywhere I go, because I'm looking at everything. So I said, it doesn't make sense talking about a problem if you don't have a solution. When I went to do a course at Arthur Lockjack in corporate protocol and etiquette, I could have taught the trainer. She did not know nothing. In comparison to what I learned from being in the Olympics and Morgan Stanley Investment Bank, she should not be teaching. And that was the hardest $3,500 I parted with. Because I paid for somebody to teach me who I could teach. And I said, okay, Wendy, it doesn't make sense. They're not spending money already, you're going to give a certificate. What do you do from here? I spoke to another protocol officer who worked with me on the summit, and she said to me that she was trained at the Washington School of Protocol to teach. And I said, everything America does, we like to follow. It doesn't necessarily make it right, it doesn't make it wrong, but we need to be more independent. And I want to find the bridge between American training and European training. And if you go to Washington School of Protocol, they don't teach you European protocol. But if you go to the European School of Protocol, they teach you Europe and the States and Asia and the Far East. So I said, okay. So I went to the European School of Protocol and I studied there, got my qualifications there, to teach this. And then I thought, how do you really teach this? People ain't going to buy into your idea because they're comfortable. They can't share an idea with somebody like this if they don't know that they're going wrong in the first place. So I had to sit down and create a program. Create all the different things that I could come up with that could make a difference. I created every single module. It took about a year and a half of going back and forth. Traveling here, traveling there, making notes of mistakes, finding the correct title for things. And it took me a year and a half to form. And when I was forming the company, I realized it's the only one in the Caribbean. So the Trinidad and Tobago School of Protocol is my company that I opened, and I train people. And it's only now I realize everybody knows that it's lacking, and I just didn't know what to do. So now the school is established and working extensively with Keith. So some of the courses will be through Shen as well. Find a monopoly. It doesn't make sense, you have 10 nail tech. Because in 10 nail tech, you'll be fighting for customers. Not that that is a wrong position to hold. Whatever you're doing, be the best. be the best. But if you have a monopoly on the market, that's an advantage. If you're doing something that nobody else is doing, that too is an advantage. And if you want to get the profit, you also need to know how to multitask. I think every speaker before me spoke about multitasking. And I had an opportunity to meet, when I was in London during Carnival, Virgin Atlantic sponsored the Carnival. And I was singing at the time, story, and stuff. And we had the privilege to meet Richard Branson and this spoke there. And everybody was picture perfect. Everybody got a picture with Richard Branson. Everybody running to take a picture. And I said, I don't want a picture. I just want to ask that man one question. Just one. And he's very casual, he's very cool. I've never even seen him in a suit. He's that down to earth. And he came up and he was greeting all the winners and stuff. And I said, can I ask you one question? He said, oh, I was waiting for somebody to challenge my mind. And I thought, afterwards, I said, that's really embarrassing. Because everybody just wants a picture. So he said, no, sit. So I sat. I'm not a nervous person. I'm not blown away by the fact that it's Richard Branson. I want to ask you one question. He said, what is that? I said, what is the secret to your success? And he said, multiple streams of income and focus. And I never ever forgot those words. Then I went to a women's conference with Juanita Bynum, Sarita Jakes, Paula White, and somebody else. And at the end of the conference, Juanita Bynum, you know who Juanita Bynum is? Yeah. But she's a prophetess on the stage. She came from under T.P. Jakes. You know T.P. Jakes, right? Yeah. Right. And at the end of the conference, I had a book signing, so we all went together about book signing and stuff. And my girlfriend and I were talking because I was traveling before the week, and she kind of overheard. And she said, are you traveling? I said, yes. She said, what are you going to do when you go back to your hometown? And I said, well, I'm going to open my own business. And she said, would you like me to give you some advice? And the woman is a multi-millionaire. Of course, you can give me advice. I'm all ears. And she said, when you have your own business, do not surround yourself with people who are feeding your ego. Anybody who is a yes person, everything you say right, do right, wear right, wrong person.
Yeah.
Have somebody who's going to be brutally honest when they adapt to you.
You know that is not a good idea.
That's no, exactly.
Yeah,
don't have yes people.
Yeah, it's true.
Don't have yes people, people who feel your ego and want to get into your good book so everything you say and is correct. Failure.
Right.
Be very independent, accept criticism, stay focused. And if you all take everything that you've been getting, not just today, but next week, go and expand on it. Go online, research, double, triple check, ask questions, call. Everybody here is a phone call away. I have people who I have trained 2 years ago who still call me. We have a function, I cannot forget. Who's supposed to sit in front of me, the minister, tell me what to do with it. And I, before now, I'll just go, because you just know it. So everything that you've learned, share. Because if you keep it to yourself, it's no good to Trinidad and people. Share it with your homes, share it with your business places, share it with your family, and you are who God says you are, and you can be anything that you want to be. Thank you very much.
We'll wrap up now, right? Because I know that we have another day next week, Saturday. This time we start at 8:45. Okay? Good. As we close up, you want to get anything back?
No.
Quickly.
Surround yourself with people.
Surround yourself with
Good.
positive influence. Right, understand those things that will buy you from achieving your true potential.
We're ready. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready. 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 We're ready. We're ready. Yeah, we're ready. 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 Look how the sun now raising up, and the crowd now waking up. The atmosphere have vibes, and nothing can break it up. The girl them a wine non-stop.